Good evening. We're still too short, but I understand two counselors short, but I understand they might be here soon. But we can, I think, get going here. Good evening. Before we begin tonight's work session, I want to thank everyone for taking the time to attend tonight, whether you're here in person or joining us virtually or in the auditorium next door. Meeting is being broadcast into the auditorium also with overflow seating on TV, CTV, Channel 30, on Zoom, and on the city's YouTube channel. A recording of the meeting will be available tomorrow morning on YouTube. We recognize tonight's topic has generated significant interest, and we appreciate the large turnout. I want to take a moment to outline a few expectations so that this meeting can run smoothly for everyone and we can have plenty of time for discussion among council. To assure the attendees both in the room and watching remotely can clearly follow the discussion, we ask that you please refrain from clapping, calling out, or making verbal outbursts. This is a work session. These disruptions interrupt the flow of the meeting and interfere with the audio for those who are participating virtually. If you feel you have to publicly express support for a comment or viewpoint, we ask you use a quiet, non-disruptive method, such as snapping fingers, a thumbs up, or jazz hands. I've seen it. This is a work session, like I said. There's no public comment in work sessions. The next opportunity for public comment, though, if you'd like to, is during the next regular 7 p.m. City Council meeting on June 16th. So show up there at 7 p.m. You can fill out the yellow card. You can go in there and you can make your public comment for 3 minutes. We know many of you are looking for clarity and information related to data centers and the enterprise zone here in Hillsboro. We hope, our hope is that tonight's work session will provide a clear understanding of the issues before us, and importantly, will provide time for council to discuss policy options and provide staff with direction before the end of the night. I'll turn the time over to the city manager, Robbie Hammond, to begin the work session.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. I know last week we started this work session. We got about a third of the way through. So there's quite a bit of information still that we wanted to get through tonight. And really this presentation is based on a lot of feedback and questions and concerns that the staff has received from both city council and the public over the past several weeks. So our hope tonight is to be able to share as much information as we can with you all. Council obviously will then await any kind of direction on policy that you all want us to undertake moving forward. So with that, I think Dan is going to cue this up to the slide where you all left off last week. We do have 4 kind of primary sections. This first one, kind of the background section. We're almost done with that section. There's a couple more slides to go on that. The second section is on land use. The third is on the enterprise zone, and the fourth is kind of a catch-all. And that's also where we've tried to kind of group the different proposals that we've received from council in certain categories that are similar. And our goal after each of those sections is to pause, to have any kind of questions that the council has, any kind of clarifications or discussion at those points. So with that, I will turn it over to Dan.
I just have a question. So you received our materials and answering our questions. Is that information on our website that's focused on the data centers?
So we have both our website, FAQs, and website that is dedicated to data centers. All of the information as well tonight is included in the packet as well, both online, and I think we've put out printed copies as well of everything that we have also.
So that just a point of clarification that information that questions that council have asked, though that information has been answered and is available on the website for data centers, or no?
I think the questions that council has asked is what we're trying to address this evening. I think our FAQs get to a lot of it, but I think most of the questions are going to be addressed in tonight's presentation.
Okay, and one more thing, how long do you think this presentation is going to be? And so that I just want to know, because I'd be willing to withhold my questions so that council has more time to answer questions and we don't run out of time.
Yeah, we have approximately 45 minutes remaining in the presentation. So I would say 15 minutes or so for each remaining section. That excludes any questions though. So that's why we'll try to pause between each section so that the council can have any kind of question discussion on those specific sections. We didn't want to have you all wait till the end. It's just so much material. We thought it'd make more sense to pause in between each section so the council could have any discussion if they want at that point.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. Good evening, Council President Harris and councilors. I'll pick up and finish the last couple slides really to the background section. And this section in particular is in response to some of the public comments as well as council questions really around some of the environmental protections and regulatory layers, specifically to waterways and riparian areas and sensitive natural areas. In Hillsboro, there are a series of layers of regulations and protections that get applied to these different areas. I'll cover those in maps here in the next couple slides. But just to summarize what those are, at the city level, there's what's called the Significant Natural Resource Overlay. Often you'll see the acronym SNRO, and that is applied to natural resource areas throughout the city. And there are different degrees of protection for those sensitive areas. So we seek first and foremost to always protect those areas. Occasionally, those areas may be partially impacted, and if somebody does impact one of those areas, then they have to go through an additional land use review process with mitigation requirements and evaluation there as well. Then at a more of a kind of countywide level, our partner Clean Water Services has what's referred to as sensitive areas and vegetated corridors. Those usually will follow mainstream corridors or river corridors. And Clean Water Services, in coordination with city staff, will review any impacts to those. Oftentimes, there is a lot of co-location, as you'll see in a minute, between our SNRO and the Clean Water Services vegetated corridor areas, but nonetheless seeking to really protect the most sensitive of natural resource areas, especially in those riparian areas. On top of that, occasionally we can have what are called jurisdictional wetlands or jurisdictional waterways. And so these are wetlands that can be on sites, pretty much anywhere where you have flowing water, also then elevates up to a state and a federal government level of regulation and protection. And so again, most of the time, we are working with development applications to seek to avoid those areas. Occasionally there may still be an impact there, in which case now that requires state and federal permitting above and beyond the local level permitting that I just spoke to. And then lastly, there's an additional regulatory area really around our floodplains. So again, in our waterways, especially that are prone or subject to flooding, we evaluate development to try to keep that out of those floodways, both for that development's impact of potential flooding and not to cause additional flooding perhaps in other parts of our community. And so our planning division is the local authority to review any impacts to the floodplain, but that has to be done in coordination with the Federal Emergency Management Administration, FEMA, as well. So what does that look like? Here's an example site. It's a little faint, but the black box at the bottom is intended to be a development site. The green or the blue area you see on the map would be an example of the FEMA floodplain. So the light blue line is really a creek corridor. This could be a site that's transitioning, say, from agricultural use where farming activities happen pretty close to that creek corridor. And the floodplain in a major storm event is that kind of the darker blue or the more faint blue you see here. So if there were to be development in there, that's where that FEMA floodplain alteration or permit would be triggered. In this case, you can see the building footprint down there staying outside of that. Then as we layer in, this is now showing the Department of State lands. Let's say there was wetlands along that, there's ponded water or soils that qualify as wetlands. Those are protected, and so we would first seek to keep the development out of that. If the development's getting into that blue area or the green area, and you can see where some of this starts to overlap now, that's what would trigger that Department of State lands and the federal review as well with the Army Corps of Engineers. Then on top of that, you can start to see then how the Clean Water Services vegetated corridor, which is really a buffer of those waterways, would come into play on the site. That's in the orange. It overlaps with the green and the blue as well. And so again, we typically seek to try to encourage development to stay entirely out of that. Development can propose going into that, of course, but as I noted earlier, that requires an additional level of review and evaluation and for mitigation if it is to be approved. And then lastly, we'll overlay the Hillsboro Significant Natural Resource Overlay, which typically then expands a bit beyond the Clean Water Services vegetated corridor as well. So again, this comes out of our local community development code and natural resource protections. And so again, in an optimal setting, we would have the building in the development project located as such here where it's not encroaching on any of those. But again, if it was proposed to encroach in some of those, there are local permits to be reviewed, evaluated against criteria, mitigation proposed as appropriate. And so again, Rachel will talk a little more about that in a very specific case of example later, but we really wanted to help flag and make sure that there was common awareness of the multiple layers of protection, especially in some of those most sensitive areas This is true in our North Hillsboro industrial area, but it also applies across the entire city. So anywhere where we're seeing new development activity, residential areas, commercial areas, these type of regulations would apply depending on the site conditions and if those natural resource or sensitive areas did exist. So now switching to the last two slides of the background portion of the presentation. These were slides provided to us by Portland General Electric, so we will do our best to speak to these, but I would like to acknowledge that we are doing our best to speak on behalf of a partner. If there's more in-depth conversation, especially around the power impacts and planning for data centers, we would really encourage possibly inviting those partners to come back and present or provide additional information at a later date. This slide seeks to show the breakout of the different customer classes that Portland General Electric serves. You can see residential is 34%, commercial users are 31%, industrial is 35%, and then there's a breakout below that. It is our understanding that these are the percentage of total customers making up. This is not the consumption percentages by each of those customer classes. So it's a little bit different than what Nikki Iverson, our water director, shared the last time. In the upper right is a map that shows the Portland General Electric service territory in the green hatching across the region. And then in the green box is that Silicon Forest, the high-tech sector where most of our data centers are concentrated. That aligns with some of the maps you may recall that were shown in the last background portion of the last work session. And in the lower right, I think is a map that they were seeking to highlight and show many of the trans-Pacific cables that come in daylight in Hillsboro. But the main thing from a city staff standpoint we wanted to flag on this is we do our best to coordinate with our power utility partners, primarily Bonneville Power Administration and Portland General Electric when we're doing a lot of our near-term and long-term planning efforts. We share growth aspirations with them around our housing and our economic growth. When we were planning for geographic areas, whether that be for redevelopment or into some of our expansion areas, we do our best to coordinate with them on the service needs of those areas and all the way down to very specific utility corridor alignments. They do facilities planning of their own, where do future substations go, where do emergency response centers go, off of all that work. And so I would like to thank them for that partnership, but that does, I think, become relevant to some of the power planning questions and concerns that we've definitely heard from the council and from our public. And then the last slide of the background section really we wanted to highlight is you may have seen in some of the city's frequently asked question responses and in some of staff's responses to your questions, reference to the Oregon Power Act, which was passed as part of House Bill 3546. And that really lays out how our utility partners are undertaking efforts to create a new regulatory framework, especially serving large load customers. Those customers are using significant amounts of power coming in. And there's some multiple core components that we've been tracking and that Portland General Electric has shared along those. Those include a new customer classification and schedule. Some of you may have seen the recent news over the last week in terms of some of PGE's rate changes, especially as it relates to data centers and other use classifications. We believe this is a part of that conversation. Growth-based cost allocation, where and how some of those growth modifiers and modifications are happening. Customer protections against stranded assets. They, like us, are utility operators, so making sure there aren't stranded assets that users are paying for. And then lastly, special contracts to support clean energy development, as that is both a corporate goal of Portland General Electric and also one that we have stated as a community in terms of renewable and clean energy usage and grid as well. And so you'll see references sometimes to this UM 2377. That is really that effort really to evaluate some of the changes to their rate model and their service delivery model. I'll stop there on that front just because, again, we know enough to be informed, but we're not expert on that. That really is the better space for Portland General Electric staff to share further details if the council has questions. So with that, that brings us to the end of the first section, which was really the background. If there's any questions on the background materials, we'd be happy to answer them now. If not, we would jump into the land use portion of the presentation.
Go ahead, Councilor.
So with the flooding, the local authority and FEMA and others, who are the others who would be involved in that? Are those the logos that are listed on the?
Councilor, Thank you for the question. Just to make sure we answered it properly, you're asking who evaluates the protections of the regulatory floodplain.
Yes.
That is done by our local floodplain administrator, who is Rachel Marble on our planning staff right now. We have different staff that will review that. That is done in coordination with FEMA.
So the city does that. The
Correct.
city monitors that.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. So in the corridor floodplain, FEMA, a permit, it gets triggered. Department of State Lands, so if something happens, FEMA gets triggered. Department of State Lands, you say, protected lands with non-development. Why are, first of all, why are these lands protected, and what deems these lands to be, why are they deemed sensitive areas?
I will do my best to answer that somewhat briefly, but happy to get into more detail now or later if the council would like as well. So each of those layers, I'll just go back briefly to the map maybe. Each of the layers is protecting an important part of the resource, but at times different parts of the resource. So the blue on the map is the FEMA floodplain. That is really focused on primarily protecting water flows and flooding impacts. There are some components in there around habitat, salmonoid spawning, many other species related pieces, but that purpose is really around flow, water flow and flooding. The other three areas really get into then the protection of natural resource areas. Each agency defines and determines those differently. So for example, the city's significant natural resource overlay is seeking to protect sensitive waterways, like a creek corridor in the example on the map. It also seeks to protect important stands of trees or habitat in different areas. Some of you that have served previously on planning commission may recall, like there's riparian upland forest and there's different categorizations. But that is really us saying these are different types of natural features in our community and in our urban environment or in our planning areas that have some degree of environmental, social, economic, or energy importance, and there's protections that are put over those ahead of development activity happening. Hope that answers your question.
It does. And so does that mean that we are in line with what other agencies might be doing and looking for with regard to managing and stewarding?
Yes, and I would say we do that really at a localized level as well, based on what our geography, what our habitat, what our natural resources are constraining, and then also what our community is prioritizing in terms of protection.
Okay. And so, yeah, I saw PGE plans to make people pay their fair share. So does that supersede what is written to any of the data center agreements?
Thank you for the question. The data center agreements you're referring to are the enterprise zone agreements, just to make sure I respond appropriately.
Wherever data centers live.
So yes, and that's a question perhaps we can come back and answer when we get to the enterprise zone portion a bit more, but in short, the enterprise zone agreements are not speaking directly to power rates or energy usage. It is really speaking to the investments of the facilities and the equipment in them and the specifics of that program. But we can come back, maybe answer that a little bit later in the presentation further.
It might be good for council to have a tour of all data centers, just to get an idea so that we understand differences and location, so we have an idea what that looks like.
Counselor, we can we can set that up. I know a few years ago, as part of a council retreat, a few of you got to do that. We have partners that we can certainly figure out how to do a tour of those data centers.
Thank you. Next section. Councilor Sinclair.
Thank you. Director Diaz, I see the PGE service area outlined here. What about Bonneville as a utility partner?
Councilor, thank you for the question. But if the council is requesting a service area for Bonneville, we can provide that. These are PGE slides. So we want to be mindful of we're speaking to them, but we're not also fully familiar with exactly what's there. The Bonneville Power Service area is much larger and encompasses much of the Northwest. And so if that's a requested follow, we can see with reasonable effort if we can get a map and send that along to council after.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rachel Marble. I'm the Code and Policy Project Manager in Community Development. I'm going to talk to you this evening about land use regulations. Just a quick kind of level set on the policy basis. So our zoning code is the Community Development Code. And those regulations are an implementation of the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan is an expression of the community's values that's represented as goals and policies. And that's really an extension of the vision that's set by the Hillsboro 2035 community plan. The development code is also informed by other analyses. The economic opportunities analysis is one example of that. So an overview of the development process. This is not specific to data centers, but I gave an example of a data center development, and I'll go through that in just a moment. But just to kind of walk you through the general development process. So when a use is permitted outright in a zone, it's typically reviewed as a type 2 administrative decision when it goes through land use. That includes a public notice for type 2 decisions that's sent out at a 200-foot radius. It does not include a public hearing, but it does include the public notice, which has a public comment period. During the land use review, I just also wanted to note too for land use applications that land use applications are vested under the current code when an application is submitted. So it's at that point that you're vested under the code as it stands when you apply. And your application does not need to be complete, you just have to submit an application. During the land use review, the application is reviewed by city departments, including building, transportation systems, fire, public works, water, and parks, as well as external agencies like PGE, Clean Water Services, Washington County, ODOT, and the Department of State Lands. And conditions of approval are added for any needed public improvements, such as road construction, utility extensions, traffic safety improvements, and fire access. Once a land use decision is approved, the applicant moves on to engineering permitting, which includes public infrastructure permitting, private utility permitting, and grading and erosion control permitting. Those permits are all reviewed and issued through the city, but they're also they also involve review and coordination with external agencies like Clean Water Services and DEQ. After that, the development then moves on to building permitting, and this is when we're ensuring that it's meeting all of the building code requirements, including fire and life safety requirements. And it's at this time that the applicant, when the building permits are issued, the applicant would pay fees and any required system development charges. Lastly, once it's under construction, inspections are required to ensure that the code requirements are met that were shown on the plans, including the building code and utility connections. Okay, so where in the city are data centers an allowed use? So data centers are classified in our code as industrial services. You won't find them as a use category. They fall under an umbrella use category, which is how our code is categorized. The list of zones on the right is all of the allowable land use zones in Hillsboro that data centers are permitted as a primary use. They're allowed in all of our industrial zones. They're allowed in one commercial zone, commercial general, and 2 of our urban center zones, which are found in the Amber Glen area. I'll note that there's actually 2 industrial zones that are missing from this list. My apologies. One is the Evergreen Special Industrial District, ESID. That zone is actually not applied to any properties in the city. So it's a kind of a legacy zone that we don't use anymore. And then the other one is the or SSID, Chute Road Special Industrial District. That zoning only applies to the Genentech campus. So they're not allowed in any residential zones, and just for kind of a comparison, we have 37 zones total in Hillsboro, so these are the ones where it is allowed. There are additional limitations in the IS Industrial Sanctuary Zone, which is what the map on the left is showing you. That map on the left is not showing you all of the zones in the city, it's just showing the IS zone. We have sub-areas in the IS zone, and there are 2 sub-areas with additional limitations. One is the Meek sub-area, where data centers are not allowed as a primary use at all. And then the other is the Jackson East sub-area, which is actually split into 2 further sub-areas. The Jackson East South sub-area allows data centers as a primary use, but only up to 62 acres total. The Jackson East North sub-area allows data centers as a primary use, but only 21 acres total. So in addition to use classifications and standards, the development code also has development and design standards. We have general standards that apply anywhere in the city. And those things include things like setbacks and building height, landscaping, access, street standards, utility standards, design standards for architecture or design of a building. It also includes overlays, standards for overlays, which are some of the environmental protections that Dan mentioned. We have our local natural resource overlay, SNRO, and we have the floodplain overlay, which is the city's implementation of the FEMA requirements that we regulate on their behalf. During the development process, we also are looking at development standards for outside agencies, including Clean Water Services. We also have plan districts in the code that have regulations for certain areas of the city. North Hillsboro is one of those. We have a North Hillsboro Plan District. The North Hillsboro Plan District has regulations that are in addition to the general development standards. They include things like enhanced landscaping, buffers at the urban-rural edge, which is mapped in the code, enhanced design requirements for buildings, and a special setback along the Crescent Park Greenway along Weibel Creek. So this is a development example. This is the QTS site along Northeast Huffman, and that was given to you kind of in detail with items that were required during the development process. This was included as part of the packet. There's also paper copies out front if anyone would like to see that, and it's also online on the packet. So this is the QTS site in 2018 prior to urban development. The land was previously agricultural, as you can see. And you can see Weibel Creek there with the agricultural activity having no setback from the creek. The creek was evaluated as a part of the land use review, as a part of the Clean Water Services service provider letter process, and it was in marginal and degraded condition at the time of development. This stretch of Weibel Creek, I'll also note, between Brookwood and Star is not protected by the city's significant natural resource overlay, which that determination is done as a study it's density wide, but it's also done when new land is brought into the urban growth boundary. There is, however, there was upland forest on the site. You can see the L-shaped forest there. That was protected by the significant natural resource overlay. It carried a level 1 protection, which is the lowest level of significance in our overlay. And that forest, you'll see when I move forward, was removed and mitigated as a part of the development. So this is the QTS site in 2025. You'll see that it has 5 data center buildings that were constructed in phases. And the summary of the development has kind of the process and the requirements broken down by topic areas that have been brought up, like water, stormwater, things like that. And you can see in there the requirements the applicant had to go through as a part of the development process. And the summary also includes required improvements, public improvements that the applicant made during the construction process. You'll also see, it's a little dark in the photo here, but you'll see Weibel Creek now, and north of that, was the mitigation area for that natural resource removal. It's over 12 acres of upland habitat that was planted with over 1,400 plants during the development, and you can see it very faintly, but the Crescent Park Greenway is also there that the applicant was required to construct across their property. And this is a selected amount of the environmental overlays that Dan went over. I didn't include all of them just because it's a lot going on, but I wanted to highlight here. This is Weibel Creek highlighted in blue. The Clean Water Services vegetated corridor is highlighted in red, not only on the QTS site, which ends there, the vegetated corridor continues. And then the Weibel Creek green space setback that's required by the code is also highlighted here in yellow. The site's pretty large, so you can't quite tell, but with the scale how wide this is, it's 100 feet setback in total. sorry, and I'll also just mention, I mentioned that this area of Wyville Creek is not significant on the significant natural resource overlay. There are other portions of Wyville Creek that are protected by the significant natural resource overlay. And again, that evaluation is done, including many things like the condition of it whenever it's studied. And the buffer for that, for the city's significant natural resource overlay for riparian areas is 75 feet. So that would go from the edge of the water or the creek in this case, or wetlands if it's wetlands. And that buffer ranges in size. It's minimum 75 feet for riparian areas in the city, and it does extend all the way up to 120 feet for certain creek systems. So now we'll talk a little bit about the code amendment process and what that looks like as far as our code, what it requires. If council were to desire to initiate a code amendment, which you have the power to do, a code amendment can be initiated by council or planning commission. Once it's initiated, the code amendment language and findings would need to be drafted to support the amendment, whatever was being proposed. By statute, we're required to send notice to the Department of Land Conservation and Development and Metro 35 days in advance of our public hearing with the proposed language. That language can change after that notice, but we're required to have a proposal of our code amendment language at that time. So after that notice is sent, our code requires us to hold a public hearing at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission makes a recommendation to City Council on code amendments. Public notice is sent to affected properties. In this case, it would be in the zones that have changes that are affected by the amendment, whatever is being proposed. Part of that notice would likely include what's called a Measure 56 notice, which is a requirement that we have to let people know that the permissible uses of their property are changing. We're also required to let them know that it may affect the value of their property. We have to do that at least 20 days in advance of the hearing. After the Planning Commission hearing and the recommendation, then the code amendment would come to City Council, and it would come as an ordinance. And ordinances require two readings at City Council unless they're approved in one, which requires a unanimous vote by council. And then the second reading, if it weren't a unanimous vote to pass the ordinance, ordinances typically have a 30-day delayed effective date, but they can be effective immediately upon declaration of an emergency. So all in all, to get through all of this, it would be around 80 to 90 days with scheduling of meetings and all of the required notices.
So council, that concludes the land use portion of staff presentation. We wanted to take this slide to recognize that we've sought to take many of the policy ideas and inputs that we've received from council, some of the common themes we've seen in some of the public inquiries and testimony, and frame them on this slide. But really at this point, we're happy to answer any questions you may have or receive any additional policy direction, discussion, deliberations that you'd like to have.
I have a couple policy, or
Go ahead.
a couple, Rachel, what you were just sharing. So we have.
Point of order.
So we have.
Please hold on. Point of order.
But the president's supposed to call on the people based on how, when they have, it's a queue, so.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was paying attention. I wasn't sure who queued, and then Councilor Sinclair indicated she was ready to talk. So I apologize for not keeping the queue in order.
I don't know. I just turned it on.
Was anyone paying attention?
I was not paying attention.
Councilor O'Carroll, go ahead. We'll just go down the line then.
All right, this is quick. Protected areas, why do they change?
As far as the city's significant natural resource overlay,
Just part of what you presented. I
Sure.
didn't catch in particular what specific area you were talking about. I'm curious, why do protected areas change?
so the city's significant natural resource overlay, which is what we would regulate locally, it's established when it was established citywide in 2003. We did a citywide study to establish what the significant natural resource overlay would cover. And like I said, that study and that analysis, there's parts of that are required by both statewide Goal 5 and then also Metro Title 13. So that study is done, and then the overlay is established. It was done citywide in 2003, and then anytime we have an urban growth boundary expansion, we do that study for the new areas. So when property is brought into the urban growth boundary, that's when that study is done. That's when the significant natural resource overlay is established, and it doesn't change past then unless an applicant is proposing to remove the designation, or if the city were to like restudy an area and change the designation. It could change the level of significance. We have 3 different levels of significance. Like I said, that is determined through that analysis that looks at the condition of the resource. It also looks at other factors, other considerations. So it doesn't change once it's established. It's set by the overlay.
Okay. And then my last one, you described the process and it's 80 to 90 days. Is that an ideal? Is that an ideal of that process? Because my question is going to be, did we do that with these new agreements? I know we didn't, because we didn't have public, right, input on them.
So that process I'm describing here is is the code amendment process. I think the agreements you're talking about, the enterprise zone agreements, are not subject to this code amendment process. Okay. So this is just specific to land use development code amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Sinclair.
Thank you, President Harris. Rachel, at the beginning of your presentation, you conveyed, and I'm assuming you're referencing to the enterprise zone. Once agreements are signed, am I correct in the understanding that it grants the corporation a vested legal right to our land?
So
regardless of a site plan being completed?
So this portion was only on land use. So that was not regarding the enterprise zone applications. That was regarding the land use applications. Okay. So
can you hold 1 second, please? Mr. Wildfire, that's the 3rd time you've interrupted us. So we will not tolerate disruptions that preclude the council from being able to conduct its business. Your actions are causing a disruption, precluding the council from conducting its business. That has an impact on every person in this room and online. Please refrain from causing any additional disruptions. If you continue to cause disruptions, I may ask that you leave the meeting before we continue. And if you refuse to do so, I may ask them to have you removed. This is your first warning. Mr. Wildfire, your actions continue to cause disruption and preclude the council from conducting its business. Please refrain from causing any additional disruptions. This is your second warning. If you disrupt the meeting one more time, I will ask you to leave the meeting before we continue. If you refuse to do so, I will have to ask you to be removed. Go ahead and continue.
Sure. So the vesting that I was speaking about was for the land use applications. So that would be, like in this case, a development review for a new construction of anything, but in this case, a data center. So an example of that would be in the fall, we changed the development code. We actually changed one zone, UCMU. We prohibited data centers in that zone, which they were previously allowed. In the time that it took us to change the development code, we had a land use application for a data center, which vested them under the current code. So they were able to move forward with the land use application because they're vested under the code as it stands when they apply.
As it stands when they apply. Okay, thank you.
Just one additional piece, if I can echo off of that. It's been a point of major confusion that land use and development codes and processes apply to an entity or a property owner or developer's ability to build or develop or operate something in Hillsboro. That's what Rachel has sought to cover under this portion of the presentation. There are certain sets of state statutes, local policies, and processes that we've responded to. So apologies again if staff are asking some clarifying questions before we respond. We just want to make sure we're really hitting at the heart of where council's interest and questions are and doing our best to try to clarify that. The enterprise zone, which we'll get to in the next phase, is subject to a different set of state laws and standards and processes that can be similar at times to the land use piece, but also very different at times. And so we'll do our best to respond to those pieces in that last part of the presentation as well.
Okay, and my final question pertaining to the timeline, if there's an emergency amendment brought, the council brings up front, is the 35 days still a requirement, or does that apply immediately upon approval?
So this slide and that timeline are for a standard development code amendment. Dan will cover on the next slide, which I think might be what you're kind of getting to, which is a land use moratorium, which would be different from a development code amendment. That's covered by a different set of statute and rules. So the 35-day notice that's required for DLCD here is for any development code amendment that we want to make. A land use moratorium, if we were to say, use that ORS section to say we're going to put a temporary halt on data center development, that's not subject to those rules on the previous slide. That's subject to a different set of rules. And that requires a 45-day notice to DLCD, and it also requires a public hearing.
And we'll go over that. We'll continue to go over that. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Salgado.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder again between land use and enterprise zone. One thing that helps me a lot is, land use is the rules that you have to work under to build something on a piece of land, depending on the zone. The enterprise zone program is a tax incentive program. So that's the very main difference right there. It helps me figure that out. And also all this information is actually placed on our webpage, right? For everybody to access. So everybody go there if you need to figure out what all those things mean. Those are really important, especially if you're trying to understand what we're trying to do here. I just want to get one point of clarification on something you mentioned. And as my fellow counselors should know by now, I try to move really fast. So that's where my question is coming from. I understand from the city council perspective how we move code amendments along, right? But you mentioned that the planning committee can also bring them forward. So how can an individual planning commissioner bring something like that forward? And what does the timeline look like compared to city council and planning commission? Which one is faster? Which one is slower? Which one would be the best for us to go there faster? Would we want a planning commissioner to kind of lead the way, or do we want a city council to lead the way?
Sorry, back really quick. So our code allows development code amendments to be initiated by either the planning commission or the city council. The initiation of the amendment is a consent agenda item. Essentially, it's whether it's at council or at planning commission. So that part doesn't really affect the timeline of it. Whether it's initiated by city council or by planning commission, it's required to have a public hearing at the planning commission. The code allows for city council to hold its own public hearing if you would like after the planning commission. You're not required to. The planning commission, typically how we see development code amendments happen is that there's a public hearing at the planning commission, they make a recommendation, and then that recommendation comes to you all as an ordinance, and you just do a first and second reading of that ordinance. You don't typically, but you are allowed to ask for a public hearing. Yeah. That would delay the timeline because we'd have to renotice, we'd have to meet our noticing requirements for your public hearing as well as the planning commissions.
Okay, and then as a follow-up, is it just like the council that any commissioner can bring up any sort of issue, or does it have to be like the leader of the planning commission?
So it would be initiated by an order. So it would need to come before you all as a consent agenda item as an order.
Yeah, let me clarify the question, because before you give me a really long answer, which I appreciate the details. My specific question is how does somebody on the planning commission initiate this process?
Counselor, if I can take a stab at that, please. Yeah. Thank you for the question. So in short, we would need consensus by whichever body was initiating it. That consensus then is the direction to staff to prepare and initiate that order to bring on consent agenda. It cannot be done on an individualized basis, much like you work on a council. One last piece, if I may just flag back to your initial question too, which I think is an important clarification piece, especially we talk land use now, enterprise zone later, is those processes around the initiation, the public hearing steps are informed in part by state land use law. We have to be compliant there. That is seeking to encourage a degree of public engagement, public participation in the legislative process. And then another part of that land use code amendment piece is in our own codes. And so those pieces are rules that we would have to follow in our set processes, especially around the spirit of so much of what the council often raises is having that transparency, having that public engagement component and being available there too. When we get to the enterprise zone piece later, we'll talk about there are different state laws that we have a similar piece, but I want to flag too, again, they're different right now.
Thank you.
I have one question, Ms. Marble. On you said the estimated the quickest we could possibly do this is 80, 90 days, but does that take into account the entire process of agreeing to and drafting the actual code amendment, or is that in addition? First we have that, then once we actually get it finalized, at that point it's 80 to 90 days. Is that right?
Yeah, it would, I mean, 80 to 90 days, when I timed it out to see, like, that's like the bare minimum.
Right.
And that would be like, if you were to direct me to make a code amendment and I were to take like probably 2 weeks to draft that, it wouldn't be very long. And that would also include no public engagement in that process. The 80 to 90 days is like the bare minimum and not an ideal. I think someone asked if that was an ideal. That's not an ideal code amendment process.
So if we have a complicated code amendment, there's a lot of debate or a lot of discussion until we reach agreement. That whole process could take many more weeks than 2 weeks, particularly if you want to do public engagement. And say it's a 2 or 3 month process, then would you just add like 75 days onto that? Is that sort of like, once it's finalized, is it 80 to 90 days? Is that what or is it a little shorter than that, like 70 to 80?
I mean, once it's finalized, you could count the days from the DLCD notice, because at that point we have an amendment. We have amendment language, so we've agreed in theory, agreed to some type of amendment language at that point. So that's 35 days in advance of the public hearing. The Planning Commission public hearing would happen, and then typically, depending on how the dates fall with council, it either goes to the very next council meeting or it has to skip one, depending on how those dates line up. So I would say from the DLCD notice, it's going to be around 70 days.
So 70 days plus the time it takes to agree and draft, more or less, approximately. Okay, thank you. Any other questions in this section? Okay. Sorry, we do have Councilor Andrew.
Thank you. I have a question about water. Should I wait for the next section?
If it's related to kind of permitting and development evaluation, now would be a good time. We can probably answer it quite quickly. If it's related,
It's about data center
Sure.
water usage. Yeah. So, can you help with what are the different kinds of data centers and how they might be using our water?
sounds good. Yeah, thank you, Council, for the question. I'll try to be brief in this because I think we touched on some of it last session, but we have received some follow-up questions, especially from council around the systems. And so while we're not expert on all the systems, typically, as you heard last meeting as well, we have many data centers in Hillsboro that use what's called a closed loop water cooling system. So it's basically like a radiator where water is brought into a cooling system. We call it a closed loop system because the water often will stay and be recycled within that system, but that's used to cool some of the heat from the server processing in the data centers. When our water director spoke to the lower water usages because of those closed loop systems, I confirmed since our last work session with our plumbing inspector. So they're the staff, as Rachel was talking about earlier, in the inspection phase that go out and look at every one of these buildings as they're being built. They look at all types of buildings across the city, but I was asking them about specifically data centers, and the plumbing and the building inspectors both clarified that since about 2013, every data center that we have on record has included some form of those closed looped reuse water systems for cooling. There are some, and we're working to compile more finite data on this, that as you also may have heard last week, and I think there may have been some confusion here, that at times we use a hybrid system. So in addition to that radiator system, use what's called passive air cooling as well, where they will open up dampers and use a lot of our more mild temperatures here to cool some of the data centers and not have the need to fire up the radiator system quite so much. I think that's where some of the confusion came in. Other types of systems include like mass air conditioning type of systems, and there's a lot of nuance there. Those sometimes we see to be evaporative cooling, where there can be a lot more water loss, sometimes back to those pieces. We don't see those in Hillsboro, as we've talked about. So I'll stop there just for the sake of brevity tonight. I hope that gets at the heart of your question and builds upon some of the information that Nikki did a great job presenting last week.
Yeah. And the water usage numbers are from the last time are the same, are correct?
The water usage numbers have not changed and reflect the answer I just gave you as well, because those closed loop systems,
They don't use much.
they don't use constantly of flushing new water in. They stay largely closed and get flushed very periodically, but
Yes.
spread out.
Thank you. Thanks.
A day.
Excuse me, I didn't see who said that. You want to stand up? You've all been pretty good, really good, honestly, about letting us do the work here so we could concentrate on this and have communication. So I do appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone's patience and consideration to this council.
One final piece just before we move into the enterprise zone section, which will be the final section of staff background for this evening. I want to commend planning and Rachel, especially for providing this document to you all. When we come back around to have any final policy discussions or direction, our hope is that this again seeks to summarize a lot of the requests and inquiries that you all have provided, at least help frame some of that. So please use that as you see appropriate or not. But our hope is there just helps us to let you know, here's the categories we're hearing and seeing recommendations from you, and would welcome any additional policy direction or guidance.
Are you going to go back to that prior slide there?
Would you like us to do that now, or move into the enterprise zone section and finish that up?
Well, I don't know.
So, Dan, I thought we were gonna like go through the slide and allow the policy sort of discussion for the land use before we moved on to the enterprise zone.
I'm happy. Yeah, sorry, I must have misunderstood to move forward to the next section.
I'm so sorry, Director. I have one final question.
Okay.
Really quick.
Go ahead.
Pertaining to the Hillsboro FAQ on the data center water usage, it says the Hillsboro Water Department and Economic Development Department have a shared responsibility for identifying data center water usage. So the customer category has not yet been created per data centers specifically yet, correct? That has not been classified yet.
I'm sorry, Councilor. The rate piece that we've discussed tonight is.
So, Dan,
oh, sorry.
Nikki's actually coming up. If you want her to answer.
Great.
Hi, Nikki.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, so my question is that the category, there's 8 classes, correct, currently?
That's correct.
And that there's not a class to identify data centers specifically.
We actually have been doing research on this based on the community concerns that have come up. And we're working on it right now. Some of the data centers are in the commercial category.
Right.
And they might have smaller water use, but they also have irrigation associated with that. And our commercial category has a winter and a summer peaking. That way they're paying a higher peak. And some of the data centers are in the industrial class. This is something we'll be working on with the Utilities Commission. We need to do some research to see, because if we move them into one class, I don't want people getting a deal if they're irrigating and then we move them into another. So we need to make sure that we're very careful and deliberate about that. And we're doing more research on what their actual usage is, because the large industrial customers usually have separate irrigation meters. And so those are in a different customer class. So we're doing that work right now and trying to figure that out and to see if we should create one. And the Utilities Commission is asking some questions about that as well.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does. It's still
Okay.
being it's a process and it's still being developed.
Yes.
So a question I have is, can council receive the corresponding addresses and meter reads data provided for the Economic Development Department that has generated the March 2026 data center water use FAQ?
Yes, so we received this last year about 4 public records requests. So we've been generating that data pretty frequently. So we can get that. Are you wanting their usage, their meters, and their addresses? Yeah, we should be able to get that quickly because we received several requests.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
And Nikki, just to clarify that point, so that was data that was put together by the Water Department, not Economic Development Department.
Oh, yes, I should have made that clarification. That was from the customer accounts. Yeah, it will not include we don't have the data from Tualatin Valley Water District. I believe they have 4 in their service area that serves the city of Hillsboro. They serve east of Cornelius Pass. They have also done public records requests. So if we're interested in that, I can gather that as well.
In its entirety, that'd be wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Nikki.
Did you, I don't know if we have the customer class in there, but I'll have to take a look.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that would be really helpful information to have on our website for those data centers, so people understand what kind they are, what water usage they have. what the area is around there and an environmental impact of that area. I, in my conversations, did talk with people at Cooling Loop, and there's a lot of filtration removes suspended solids, sediment, and particles before they even get into the cooling loop. So that's good to know. My question is, what about groundwater? Because that was the biggest concern of the agencies that I talked to. They didn't have a problem with any other kind of water. They're concerned about groundwater, and how do we know, if we don't know usage, how do we know that those areas won't be affected as bad as some people might be thinking?
Yes, I think one of the reasons, you know, we are supplying potable drinking water to these companies, which means a lot of things are not in the water. One example is we don't have PFAS in our water at Hillsboro. So there isn't an evaporative cooling that would concentrate that because it's not in the source water. Those closed loop systems, from our understanding, also go when they're discharged straight into the sanitary sewer. And what happens when these projects come forward is you have plumbing inspectors that go and confirm all of this. We also do not allow people, if they have like a well, they are, I believe, Dan, they are required, they have to go on city water inside the city. So they would have to cap off those wells and they couldn't use those for that. We have had some additional discussions on additional protections. If the council is interested, we could put into place. We also don't allow discharge into groundwater here. Other places might do that, but ours has to go into the sanitary sewer per our city code. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I'll let you know, I would like additional protections.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the development code concepts and development process changes.
So council, again, as it was mentioned, what was put together with this slide was really just a slide to help facilitate your conversation. So what staff did here was put together common concepts that they heard from your various proposals or your questions to try to help guide the conversation to the extent that you want that guidance, or you can just sort of dictate how you want the conversation to go. But now's an opportunity for you all to sort of talk about any potential changes that you may want to see to the land use process. We'll get to the enterprise zone and then a sort of a catch-all at the end for anything that's not land use or enterprise zone related. And it's sort of following this outline that was put together that's sitting by your seat. And so now is the opportunity for you all to sort of lead the conversation. If you have additional questions that we as staff can answer, we're happy to do that. But otherwise, it's an opportunity for you all to sort of talk to each other about what changes you would like to see if we can sort of reach a consensus about what that direction might be, and then give staff some direction so we can go back and look at what you're asking for and bring something back to you in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to Council President Harris to run this part of the discussion.
Buddy, I got two buttons on this one. So development code concepts would be just changing the code requirements. Explain to me what that is, so we have an idea of the scope of what we'd be talking about under that particular column.
Yeah, I can give it a shot, and then staff certainly jump in, or Simone jump in. The idea here is that you have different proposals. So for example, Councilor Sinclair had a proposal that she brought forward that for some various land use code amendments. I believe some of your other proposals or questions also have land use related things. Councilor Arcaro just mentioned some additional sort of water restrictions. So this is an opportunity for you to talk about, and there may be situations where you're saying we need more information before we can make that decision. So we'd like some more information on some of these environmental impacts that you'd like staff to try to go gather. So this is that opportunity for you to say, you know, here's things that we know we want to do. Here's places where we want more information from staff. Or, you know, just other ideas that you may have sort of about how we regulate land use and all those things that Rachel just covered. So that could be uses in various zones. That could be the sort of design standards that Rachel talked about. I don't know, Rachel, if you want to sort of, you could probably talk about this a lot better than I can about what their options are. So.
Yeah, and so I tried to kind of compile, again, there were different proposals and things that were brought up. So I kind of tried to distill that. And again, there's three different things on this concept sheet. The first just being a new use category to define data centers in the code. Some of the proposals kind of mentioned different types of data centers and potentially scaling some of the requirements. So right now we don't have that use specifically. So that's kind of the easier one to kind of nail down. The second piece of this is the development and design standards. There were some things mentioned in the proposals, and some of these I don't have like recommendations per se on what standards we could consider adopting, but these standards could be could include things like additional landscaping, additional setbacks, additional buffers, screening, sustainability or green building requirements. And those would go into like the special use standards of our code section of our code. That would be something that either you all would want to determine a policy basis for, or again have us bring back additional information based on the local studies and data. And then the third thing, they're out of order up here, is the use restrictions. So every use in the code, there's 4 options. It's either permitted, limited in some way, it requires a conditional use, or it's not permitted. So those are the 4 options we have in the code for every use. On the back of the sheet, I put the purposes of all of the zones that currently allow data centers, with the exception of the ESID. I left that off because, like I said, that's a legacy zone. It's not applied anywhere in the city. So you can see the purpose statements of each of these zones and, decide if you want to provide policy direction based on the purposes of these zones. If you feel like there's additional limitations or prohibitions on data centers that you want kind of by zone, that the table next to it is looking at a different approach. This is just data to show you if you were to go forward with something like we have in Jackson East, where it's limited. It's basically limited by acreage in the zone. This is all of the zones that they're allowed in today, the total acreage of that zone as it stands, the amount of existing data centers we have in those zones. So as you can see, there's only actually 2 zones that we have data centers in currently. And then what kind of some example limitations would look like if in acres in those zones. So I put, there's 3 boxes you can see highlighted in red text. Those are the IS zone. I highlighted those because we've already exceeded those percentages with the amount of existing data centers. And then, the acreages here don't include the Meek sub area and the Jackson East sub areas because those already have limitations. So this data is not necessarily meant to say like, yes, move forward with this, although you can certainly say that, but to say, here's what it would look like if we were to move forward with limiting by acreage or percentage of a zone. And then the last piece on this sheet is if we were to move forward with limiting it, which by the whole area of North Hillsboro or by all of the industrial area. I don't have an acreage calculation for what that looks like, but you can see the total acreages of the zones. Not all of these zones are in North Hillsboro, so that's something else to consider. If you want to move forward with looking at it by zone or by area of the city, maybe you want to do a combination of all of these things and say, we're only going to allow them in North Hillsboro, but we're going to limit the amount in North Hillsboro. So other zones like the urban center zones, those are not located in North Hillsboro. Those are located in the Amber Glen area. So you could make a different call on those zones based on the fact that they have very different purposes than some of our industrial zones.
Thank you. First of all, to get this organized a little bit, I see these 3 categories. I like this, the way you've done this. So we could talk about use categories, establishing, we could have some discussion whether it's one different or multiple different types of data center uses, probably even. Second, development design issues, which is like, oh, maybe they have backup diesel, they have to use biodiesel or something, or some sort of a more photovoltaic or something. And then the third one, the use restrictions, which is like, what areas do we want these restrictions to apply? So that's sort of how I see these broken down. I think there's going to be a lot of suggestions from everybody as we come along here, and I think they're going to be a lot. And I wonder whether or not we want to take these one at a time, like what new use category, and talk about that. And then if people have suggestions, we could say that's a good one, let's include that, or to try and build support. So we're focusing on like the top 1 or 2 or 3 or 5, whatever they happen to be, in each category. And then we could start off, just everyone have one suggestion, or we just could just go. So my suggestion would be maybe to talk about either 1, 2, or 3. So we're like, we keep on track of what we're all talking about, and then let everyone share at that point and see if we can find some common threads here for you guys to follow up on. That's my suggestion. That being said, we're all city councilors. We all have the same power to say what we want. So I would, we're going to start here. It's going to be Councilors Ambry, Salgado, and then Sinclair.
So just to be clear, so right now we're gonna work on the new use category.
I would suggest that's how we start, but if people want to talk about other things, they can do that. But I would suggest we start that way.
Before we start the process, can I just add one thing?
Sure.
Before we go down the line. So one of the things that I really liked about, obviously things didn't turn out how I wanted them during the immigration discussion, but one of the things that I really liked about that process is what Raheem did. So he basically took all of our ideas, took a couple of weeks, put something together, and came back with some options and recommendations. So I would like to propose that we decide whether we want a new use category, which I think that's where we're all leaning towards, and then have staff do something similar like Raheem did, because I think like we have enough information on paper. We've shared enough about our feedback and what we'd like to see. There's a lot of research going on right now around data centers, and I really have a lot of faith and trust in our staff to kind of come back with something that's really good. So that's what I would like to propose, because I could really see us going back and forth in an hour over one specific topic. And that's really not something that I would like to do tonight. I would just, like something a little bit more concrete.
I agree. I think that as people go, we round robin this a little bit, we can be concise on the areas without, you could get into details if you'd like to, obviously, but eventually it's going to go back to staff and they're going to try and draft it. And you're right, they have more expertise, knowledge about certain things than we do. Now, it comes back, we don't like it, we can always kick it back or we can modify it. But I agree at this point, we should be not necessarily at 30,000 feet, but not at 3 feet either on this, right? So with that being said, it would be nice if we had some concise, this is what I'm interested in. And then we did some round robin to see if we can reach some guidance for our staff.
All right, I'll start. So how about this? So new use category, thumbs up. Yes, that is what I would like to see. For development and design standards, I think you have a lot of similar, I think the council has a lot of similar ideas regarding solar panels and doing maybe going multi-story, things like that. So really looking at the environmental impact. And I would also, and I don't know if this is going to be in this or not, or maybe it's in under the next section, where I would like to propose that we do an environmental study of what we have and the impact, but for Hillsboro. Thank you.
Councilor Salgado.
Yes, again, I think special use category, and then I also have a clarifying question. Because see, the thing that I'm thinking about is we can, well, actually, let me go back to my question before I dive into that. Can we set zones specific for data centers? Or we say, this is the only place that data centers are allowed to go? Is that exactly what we're discussing here? Because I noticed that on the zones, there's different uses, but then there's a lot of, like, an industry can go in one zone and then another zone. Like, can we do specifically strictly data centers only in this zone? Is that legally allowed?
Councilor Salgado, if I can maybe make sure we're hearing and reframe the question. So yes, we can set geographic limitations to where data centers go. We can also evaluate the existing zones per the map Rachel shared earlier and have a conversation of, would you like to change where they can go or how they can go in any of those areas? So the answer to that is absolutely yes. What I would caution against if we're hearing this is creating a zone that is only for data centers can be quite difficult in terms of the more diverse mix that we have.
That's why I asked. So here's what I'm leaning towards. So look, if we're paying attention to the experts out there, this thing's going to grow exponentially over the next few years.
Excuse me. Can you please refrain from commenting so we can complete this process?
So people that get paid and dedicate their lives to studying laws, issues, policies. So that's what I refer to experts, statisticians, mathematicians. So those people are predicting that there's going to be a growth in data center use and demand, both in AI and data centers. And so if you want us to find a solution, I would invite you to let us communicate. I would invite you to let us communicate if you want us to do our job.
No, not you. It's not you, Mr. Welfare. I'm not pointing at you.
Thank you for letting me continue.
I'm trying to identify the person that's being disrupted.
So it's okay. We don't have to figure out. As long as people let me talk, that's all good. Because that's what I'm here for. So we see this growth happening, and so we see all these different types of data centers in our community. And I feel like we need to know where these things are going once they apply for these applications. And so what I would like to see is I would like to see different zones depending on type of data center and consider the environmental impacts of the different types of data centers and the proximity to things like wetlands, schools, critical infrastructure. I think those are the things that we should really be looking at and seeing what type of protection our environment needs from the different types of data centers. And I think we do need to have that sort of approach to it because we can't do wholesale. They're not all the same. There's some that can fit inside of other buildings that don't create all the environmental impacts that the huge hyperscale ones do, right? So that's what I would like to see in whatever the staff come up with. So just some options and some differentiation and acknowledgement that we do have to treat them differently. So nothing specific. I mean, you can refer to the document that I submitted. There's a lot of bullet points there. I think it's a lot of what a lot of people are saying. So nothing too different, just a little bit more details on what we can actually do.
Thank you. Person, is that the same one that interfered before? Would you like to stand up, please, so I can identify you? You don't want to stand up to be identified. You just want to interrupt us. There's a room across the way. You can hear everything, and you can talk all you want. We'll bring that other room if you'd like. I think most people would really like to listen and seriously think about this and help us make some decisions. Councillor Case, did you want to make a comment or you want to pass?
Sure. No, I'm happy to. I
Go ahead.
wasn't sure if we're sorry. Is that okay? As with things so far, we're hearing is that new use category of data storage. Thumbs up. I think that's a great idea. And as we were talking about the development and design standards, you know, as I've been thinking about this and thinking about through the presentation from last week as well, and how 80% of data centers are supporting local businesses. And so I'm hearing what you're saying, Councillor Salgado, about the data, you know, about having the standalone data center, but maybe also considering some other things. I absolutely agree with multiple proposals that talked about having an environmental impact study. What I'd also like to see is an economic development impact study, and how if we are to, you know, pause data centers or reduce the amount of them or where they're located, what would that economic development impact look like? Because we are the economic engine of the state of Oregon here in Hillsboro. And so what we do matters for our you know, jobs, our friends and neighbors' livelihoods, as well as our own. And so I think kind of pieces of what I've been hearing, I think that might be a helpful thing to do as well, as have an economic development impact study on some of these things. So as we look at the development and design standards and are looking through this fabulous document from Rachel, I think that might be really helpful too. So that'd be my addition to all of this.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, President Harris. I want to say to staff, thank you for the time that you've put into this. But I really want to focus right now on our governing authority as a council body. And I would like to focus initially on the teeth of why we're here, which is the Enterprise Zone program. And I would like to ask a question: can this council exercise its authority over the Hillsboro Development Code to amend the zoning within the Enterprise Zone boundary, immediately striking data storage and compute facilities as a primary allowed use, as we did in 2022 in the Hillsboro City Development Code Amendment 001-119. And this pertains references to the Jackson East sub-area where standalone data centers were downgraded from an allowable primary use to a strictly accessory use. I'd first like that question answered, and then I'd like to go on to what I submitted as proposed tonight.
So, Councilor Sinclair, that's exactly what we're asking you all to discuss right now. So we're talking about land use restrictions and various zoning codes, whether that's the number 3 use restrictions on the back of this sheet, or development design standards on number 2. There's various aspects of all of that we can impose. We can't do that immediately, as Rachel was describing. There is that process under state law that we have to follow. So what we're trying to get tonight from you all is a consensus from the council and saying, here's restrictions that we would like to impose or design standards that we would like to impose. So then we can begin drafting those sorts of things and bring it back to you to say, is this sort of what you had in mind? And then we can go through the process that Rachel described.
Great. I'm on the same page. I totally understand that. I wanted to get my question out, so to get a straight answer that this is doable if this body chooses to direct to do so. What I created 2 proposals that I'd like to submit to council tonight, and specifically with the land use aspect. I'd like to propose an emergency ordinance amending the Community Development Code. This ordinance exercises our sovereign authority over local land use law to protect our unlimited industrial land supply, preserve utility capacity, and mandate high density employment. 1. Zoning precedent. Direct staff to replicate the legal blueprint this council established in August 2022, case file number CDCA 001-19, which restricted data centers in the Jackson East subarea. 2. Permitted use amendment. Remove data storage, processing, and information technology centers as a primary permitted use citywide across all industrial zone districts. 3. Reclassification of accessory use restricts data storage facilities strictly to accessory uses directly subordinate to a primary manufacturing or commercial operation on the same parcel. 4. Mandatory employment density standard establishes a land use performance standard requiring any site using an accessory data facility to maintain a verified minimum of 15 permanent full-time equivalent jobs per acre, secured via a binding restrictive covenant running with the land. 5. Public safety and transparency regulations requires any accessory facility exceeding a 2 megawatt threshold to trigger a public resource impact analysis for water or power and a type 3 land use review with a public hearing and binding capacity sign-offs from our regional utility partners. And last, emergency clause includes an emergency declaration enabling the land use changes to take effect immediately upon passage, preventing speculative acreage acquisitions while the policy is finalized. And that is what I hope for us to talk about.
Thank you, Councilor Alcare.
Everything that Kipperlin said. And I agree with looking at land use defined and having some restrictions. I want an environmental impact study, but I want that impact study in alignment and with our partners. All the agencies that I listed in my study have an interest in what's going on. The only one that I did not hear back yet was from the Grand Ronde Tribe. I did hear back from the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission and some other agencies that we're already working with. And I think within economic development impact, I want to know like how much money is being generated. I would like to know the energy use, the water use. Do these data centers, are they going to be paying any money to Enterprise Zone or to HEDC are they going to be giving revenue to the city upwards of, I don't know, a couple of $1 million? And if so, what is that money used for? And bigger question, is that accounted for in our budget? Our biannual budget?
All right, thank you. And I have a few comments as well. On the new use category, yeah, I agree with what's been said. We should have a new definition of use for data storage, and I think maybe more than one category possibly, whether that's based on size or energy use or whatever, acres, I don't know, however they measure it. I know we talked about hyperscale co-location enterprise, and I think there's even like a higher size now. We don't have 1,500 acres to do those big ones, so that's not gonna happen. We're looking at the, they're still big, but they're smaller. Two, development and design centers. I think most people covered what I had thought as well, which is some environmental issues related to that. I think that's the main thing. And use restrictions. I was looking on the other side of this chart. It looks like there's only 2 sites that actually even have standalone data centers right now. If I'm reading this chart correctly, it's just the IP and the IS sites zones. Is that
Two
right?
zones, yeah.
2 zones. So
Well, I'll also just provide one clarification. So I did mention the example earlier. We do have one data center that's not represented here, that's in the UCMU zone, where it's not permitted anymore, so that's now gonna be a non-conforming use. That's not represented here because it's not permitted in that zone.
So I guess I look at the ones that don't even have any right now and then ask maybe these are not appropriate for data centers in the first place. So either putting them under the limited or not permitted might be an appropriate place to start on those for you guys to look at. And then where they are cited, let's take a closer look at those and see what features are appropriate or necessary. If this is where they're going, let's look at the stream corridors and land use on those particular places and what the manufacturers are on those sites. So I think where they're at can tell us a lot as to where we want to limit them or even prevent them from going in. Finally, sort of from a 30,000, I'll talk 20,000 feet, not 30,000 feet. And that is that we've developed over the past several decades an enterprise zone industrial district with a certain architecture that encourages employment here, and I would like to keep it that way. And I know that data centers do not employ a lot of people, but sometimes those data centers are necessary to get the high employed jobs. So you could have thousands of people working on a site, and they do use co-location facilities, not just the facilities on their site. I don't know how to square that circle, but I'm just pointing that out that I would like to have these industries and manufacturers that come in here and pay really good paying jobs and follow all the rules and make sure that they're environmentally sound and are participating positively in positive ways in our community, are able to continue doing the work in this community. Whether that means limiting them or putting a 15% cap on something or whatever it happens to be, I want to make this a welcoming environment for people, for people who create jobs, industries who create jobs that pay well in this community and give back to the community. And that's sort of my focus, and that's what I would like to concentrate on, and not say, well, we can't move in there because of this or that. So not that we shouldn't do this or that, but I'm just saying that is a factor that we should be looking at as well. And I don't know where that goes, whether that's in use restrictions or development design, but that's sort of my overlay of this whole thing. Councilor Alker.
So I was here when I signed up and voted for enterprise zone and everything that it would bring. Jobs, then we have to look at housing and additional companies, right, that might be coming together. I cannot get the thought out of my head of large layoffs and a room full of people who are trying to get their careers back. So I didn't think about the recycling of people in those companies. And I am not okay with that, because we are also wanting to encourage our youth to want to aspire to some of those companies and become engineers. And I would hate to tell them, you got a time limit if you're thinking on certain companies. So I think I want to have some understanding going forward with those companies and their intention to bring jobs. Like, what does that mean? And I actually, Kipling, I'd like to have more than 15 jobs per data center. And
It's not $17 an hour, right?
I think I would want to know.
Excuse me, ma'am, you're not part of this discussion. So you could always submit your questions online, by email, or try and contact people after the council meeting is over. But please just listen, please. This is a work session for us to complete this.
So the types of jobs that we say we want to recruit when these companies are coming in, they're livable wage for working families. And some of these have been union jobs. I'm a union member, so yes, that matters to me. And I would like to see if what the investment is with the data centers and their workforce that's in there, what's their long-term plan? How disposable are they gonna be in the future? What I said about youth and that pathway that they're gonna go into that kind of business, I would rather encourage them to go and get the degree and go work wherever you want and not to belong to a company. That's not your purview for economic development, but that's what I'm thinking about when you talk about bringing more jobs, getting more people working. And then because then we start talking about housing, right? We talk about all these things that are coming as an increase of these jobs that are promised. So I think I would like to have a more real picture of what it looks like for a workforce, because I believe that that has changed. And I'm just concerned. I just want to say at a 30,000-foot level that I have been frustrated for months, and people have been frustrated for months. It's all over social media. It's in the news. It's everywhere. So data centers are on people's minds, and it is frustrating for people. And I will just say, to have limited input about this. We are a public city organization managing city dollars, public dollars. Why has it taken so long to get to this conversation? And we listen to people in public comment. I asked for some of the emails to get printed off of us because I have not had a chance to keep up with all the emails that people have sent to us about data centers. So we have to consider that, because right here, we are a closed group and we cannot function like that. And we need to start inviting public in, so use all of this, they need to be involved in this process. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't figuring who, I'm just gonna go down the lines. Councilor Sinclair.
Thank you.
By the way, I would still like to stick to the development code concepts if we can. There's a lot of other issues we're gonna talk about downstream from here.
Yes.
Thank you.
In talking about the community development code, I think it's really important for us as a body to stay focused on the public being at the forefront, to be a part of that process, so that there's trust that's not broken and that we continue forward with having both council and the public aware every step of the way. And that's why I recommend the community development code change.
And my understanding is there are public hearings related to that, and so that will be included during the code section. Councilor Salgado.
Yeah, point of just clarification, because I'm trying to follow what the staff have laid out in front of us, because I think, following a process and an order is going to get us farther. And so I just don't want to miss an opportunity to share my thoughts on the economics and the workforce piece of it. Is this something that the staff is taking feedback on this right now? Like, did I miss something? I'm trying to understand what's going on here.
Councilor Salgado, I thank you for the question, and what we are seeking to listen for and do is absolutely take all the feedback in, but especially in the land use space here, what I will intend to do here in a minute when you're done as the council with this deliberation section, we will try to just quickly regroup of the common themes we've heard and make sure there's a degree of consensus amongst council. We'll do that now, move on this with the rest of the program tonight, and we can come back at the end of this evening to make sure, because that will be the direction we take. But I am hearing some common themes around policy areas you are seeking for more work. There might be a couple clarifying points before we wrap up. But on the economics piece, some of that is starting to definitely straddle or get in more to the enterprise zones and the incentives and those pieces there. we'll do our best to try to respond now, but I think much of that is probably best to be held and then discussed after we have a chance to get through the full enterprise zone portion of the presentation and have that similar conversation there. I think will be a little bit more relevant.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask the rest of my council if we could just follow the instructions from our staff, because I really don't want to miss an opportunity to share my views on the economic and workforce stuff. Because I'm sitting here focused on land use, and then I'm hearing you talk about other stuff. So I just ask you stay focused on what we're discussing, so we can all contribute fairly. Thank you.
Councilor Hendrick?
Thank you. So two other things, if you could investigate that, would be if maybe we could lease the land instead of sell the land. That may be something, because then the land comes back to the city, it's not a forever thing, so that's one thing. And then, yeah, so the other thing is, you know, the data centers are kind of empty outside. If that all that area we could somehow use in the sense of maybe pathways, or just because they're not, you know, they're not using all the parking, for example. And so if you could maybe look into that, so that people who are living around they could benefit from it, with you know, being able to use that better. Thanks.
Thank you. And I have one other comment. I noticed this is listed up on your slide on the development process changes. We didn't talk too much about development process changes type 2 versus type 3, but I'd like to get some feedback on that, because I think we're going to have to, if you put them in the limited use category anyway, probably. And the bottom one, the land use moratorium, which is a statutory thing. And it would obviously put a halt to permitting at the point. Obviously, it takes a period of time, but there's a process for that. And I think there's a consensus, perhaps not. Maybe I can get a thumbs up or thumb down. At least have the staff explore the process for moratorium, take a look at that, and see if we can establish the facts on the ground for that.
Sorry, point of clarification, the review process type 2 and 3, is that the thing that just got changed at the state level?
Different, that I think is getting it into the enterprise zone later this evening. I think what this is getting at is, in many instances, development goes through a type 2 administrative review against development standards. There are things tied to what Rachel was sharing earlier, that if we make data centers, for example, a conditional use application, it could require a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Hearings Board to evaluate data center development against potential development standards or use considerations and the like. And so that would be the difference of a public hearing, public body decision versus a review against existing standards and type 2 decision.
Right. So that's sort of what I was getting at, is if a certain use category of data center, standalone data center over 20 GPUs or something was going to be cited, and you made it a conditional use in a particular district, they would actually have to go through a public hearing to get approved. And that's not being done now. So that would be one thing we could look at changing the development code in the process to do that. Okay.
Council President.
Yeah.
So
how wrong was I on that?
No, you're doing great. I was just trying to move us to the next step here. I know Dan and Simone and I have been taking some notes, and so maybe Dan and Simone, and then I can chime in as necessary to sort of provide you with a response to sort of what we think we heard as a consensus from the council, and sort of the direction that you're giving us. And then assuming that we got that right, or you can correct us if we've got anything wrong, and then we can move on to the next sort of economic development part and have that discussion. And then at the end, we can certainly have a catch-all conversation about everything.
I would suggest it's time to move on to the economic development part. If you did supplement or you forgot to say something, you can always email, Chad or whoever and get that distributed. Plus, we'll always have another chance to review the first. It's going to be it might be multiple drafts, obviously. So you'll have a chance to add anything maybe we have forgotten.
And we still want to have an opportunity right now to at least tell you what we think we heard, and an opportunity for you to tell us if we got it wrong. So we're not quite finished with things quite yet.
If okay, I'll take them kind of topic by topic, and I'll look, Councilor President, to you just to facilitate it quick, is what degree of consensus, and apologies because I will summarize a little bit, but it sounded like there's very strong consensus amongst the council in terms of evaluating the use category and coming up perhaps with a new definition or some sub options. We can take that back and look at that. Is that?
You get a thumbs up, sideways, or down.
Councilor Sinclair, are we good? Okay. Then with the development standards, we heard yes, explore additional development standards. It sounds like there was pretty solid consensus around looking at environmental impacts, especially things that can be done to design them for noise sensitivity, sensitive natural areas like we talked about earlier this evening, and possibly energy efficiency. And I wanted to confirm those three is where it sounded like there was the greatest consensus. Yes, yes, no, it's okay. And then environmental impacts, this one, I think we heard two categories. One is a district-wide assessment, kind of an aggregated assessment of impact of environmental. And then we also heard maybe site-by-site specific impacts. So I just want to make sure we didn't miss something there. But in terms of looking at environmental impacts, can I just get a quick sense of looking district-wide at data centers more broadly, if that's of interest? Okay, and then at a site-by-site level, maybe as they're starting to look to come in and potentially be developed in the city, is that one that we heard correct, or is there not consensus there? Okay.
Can you explain what that would look like? I mean, I'm not sure. If we made it a conditional use, could it be a type 3 and then we review the environmental impact? Or are you actually talking about having some environmental checklist to go off on each individual site?
It's a little bit what we're, I think, seeking to understand. I think there would be the potential of if data center applications are coming in for development, we could try to get an upfront assessment responding to some of what we heard is what is their anticipated power need, what is their anticipated water need, and make sure that when we're doing our reviews against our infrastructure capacities from some of those partners, do we feel like those are serviceable or going to create issues kind of on the front end? And we can fold that into more of our development review process. So am I seeing consensus on that one?
Yeah.
That'd be at a project by project level.
Yeah, I think also with some of the, like what Councilor Amber was saying earlier about biodiesel, I think you were saying that, right? About biodiesel and, you know, solar panels and some different things like environmentally responsible options. I think that'd be a helpful piece of that to get on board.
And I think that really responds to a lot of the public comment we've heard too, is like, can we evaluate some of the site developments? So in South Hillsboro, for example, some of you may recall we did energy efficient building designs and solar readiness. We could look at trying to require or apply some of that to future data center development as well. So
Yeah,
after that.
I think there's a lot of consensus on the design development as well. Environmental design as well.
Yeah.
Great.
I want to add energy access as well.
Great. It's okay. Keep going. This is helpful. Sounded a little split in terms of evaluating economic impacts of what that's in. And while it kind of straddles land use, kind of gets in those other areas, just a quick touch base here. Maybe we come back to this one before the end of the night, but to assess truly the economic impacts between revenues to the city, overall reliance on some of our other local businesses, things like that. Is that of desire?
But would that really be a development code concept, or is it more? Isn't it more of the?
I think that's more of a setting information back rather than requiring that as part of a development process or a code standard.
Oh, I see. I see. Requiring the upfront economic analysis for each different development application.
Correct. Versus we heard loud and clear some of those accessory uses with a tie to existing manufacturers. That would probably, we can address some of that in that use definition portion that you all had consensus on at the top of the list. So we like to look at the economic impact.
So if I understand this correctly, so we would be giving you direction on whether or not we believe an economic analysis of each development application should be done, or whether or not we should just bake all that into our easy ordinance and our and tax abatement or whatever.
That's the question to you. Do we do that at a project by project level, or again, do we do that as an aggregate of, you know, for example, all data centers across the city?
Oh, sorry, Councilor Sinbad.
No worries, be sorry. Does this pertain to jobs per acre?
We could try to look at a employment density component of that potentially. That can be a tricky thing to check, but if that's the consensus of the council, we can look at that or try to look at that.
I think just to clear, no,
Councilor Case.
sorry, and just to clarify, because I brought up the economic impact. It was kind of a catch-all for all of this, right? Like we get comments about all the emails and public comments that we've been getting about the environmental stuff. We've also gotten some economic ones, and so I think it was kind of a catch-all spot for all the economic development questions. Kind of a holistic study that maybe ends up being piece by piece, but yeah, the jobs creation, that kind of stuff would go in there. At, you know, like Councilor Alper was saying about the jobs and recycling of humans, like that piece of it too. So and that was
Councilor Salgado.
Soil and green, is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. Recycling of humans. What's going on here? No, I think, you know, I think we should keep them separate because one's about the tax incentives and the taxes and the other is about the land use. So I think it should be tied to it, but I think it should be separate. So maybe aggregated instead of site by site. That's what I was doing.
If the council agrees, let's take that and we'll pause and come back after the next section. I think might help to refine some of that.
I think,
Please.
my view is it should be part of the ordinance and enterprise zone agreements, but they're gonna have some requirements in there. As each person does an application, they may have to show how it complies with our ordinance's easy objectives. So it's sort of both, because you have this ordinance and then they're gonna say, I comply with it because of this.
So is the council okay if we kind of pin that one as a somewhat yes, come back and refine, whereas the other ones, I think you really appreciate the clarity you've provided. Just a couple final ones, geographic in the zone focus. I think we heard this phrase by multiple, and some of this gets to the sheet. Is there a consensus to really look at trying to be geographically mindful of where we might continue to allow them, even in a limited fashion, and where we preclude them back to the table conversation? And we'll refine what that looks like and bring it back.
I would just want to clarify, I think, yes, proximity I think is important, but again, I go back to the different types of data centers, right? A co-location facility is gonna have a different environmental impact than a bigger data center. And so the bigger data centers, I feel like we should look at proximity from water areas, schools, other kind of vulnerable issues. So that was a distinction I'm trying to make.
Appreciate that. So consensus there generally for the locational, okay?
Councilor Sinclair had a question? Or
No,
comment?
I don't. It's just, I do agree that compatibility matters.
Okay.
Okay. And then the last one is just I think the land use moratorium of, would you like us to proceed with that path or focus primarily to the code amendment path or some blend?
I have a comment from the last.
Oh, sure.
Are we also considering the area that's adjacent to the city of Hillsboro? Are we considering the unincorporated areas and North Plains and other areas that, because of our data centers, are we also considering what impacts those people might also face and those protected areas, those wetlands, etc.? Rural communities?
Councilor Alker, thank you for the question. Just to make sure, are you referring to that last piece where I was asking about our evaluation coming back with options on geographic zones, whether they'd be allowed or not? Or are you talking more to one of the other categorical areas?
What we were just discussing.
So we can make that a factor of, as staff come back with different zoning location options in the city, understanding of what is the proximity to, we've heard schools mentioned, or to residential areas, or sensitive environmental areas, we can definitely include that.
Could we, Dan, quickly, if we did that, like we were gonna do a site on a piece of property that abutted a neighboring community, is there something where we could say we're gonna go ahead and give notice to people that we're not statutorily required to give notice to, but outside the city limits, but maybe even go a little further, so at least our neighbors would have notice of our proposed changes?
That could be something that we talk about a little bit to the geographic consideration and or the process piece.
All right, thank you.
And then just
The last is the moratorium question, whether or not that we're voting for a moratorium, not that we've agreed to a moratorium, but there's a process to undergo. We have to make some findings, we have to do some things. And the question is whether or not, as people talk about piecing this together, this could be a piece or a bridge if you choose to. But it's not requiring us to vote for a moratorium. I want to make that very clear. It's just authorizing the staff again to explore it.
May I also ask, because I feel like we interrupted you earlier, Director Diaz, you were going to say also an amendment to the community development code?
Direction on which is if there's some evaluative steps that we're getting clarity on that we will need to follow back up and also integrate into our work plan, we'll follow up on that. But feedback tonight of whether you'd like us to pursue that more in the spirit of a community development code amendment or in the form of a moratorium through the state moratorium process or some blend of both would be very helpful, so we know where and how to kind of frame up the response to council and spend the energy and time from a process standpoint.
Councilor Sinclair?
I would absolutely like to recommend an amendment to a community development code.
All right, the question before us is the thumbs up, thumbs down, whether you want us to look at a moratorium. It's not instead of, could be addition, could be instead, could be in addition, but it's something like plan A, plan B, plan C. We like to have a lot of plans going at one time. As conditions change, we may want to pivot or we may want to do both. So the question is, do we want to guide them, authorize them, direct them to take a look at that process? And just giving it thumbs.
So yes, to pursue the moratorium process.
Yes.
Okay.
See,
investigate it, I think is a better way, and
come back with what that would look like.
take initial steps, just to take a look at it.
and investigate an amendment to community development code.
That, yes, that's mainly what we've been talking about
I know,
tonight.
I'm making sure, because up there's a type 3 and then land use moratorium. And
It's an and, not an or.
Yeah, I also just wanted to clarify that if we were pursuing a land use moratorium, the point of that, part of the point of that is to buy us more time to be able to do a development code amendment, and to pause development while we're figuring out what all of these standards would look like, so that, I mean, the moratorium is temporary, but it could get us time to be able to be thoughtful about the development code amendment that we're making. And it would be both. We wouldn't do a moratorium without also pursuing a development code amendment, because we are required to show that we're working towards a long-term solution as a part of the moratorium.
Rachel, thank you.
Council President, that's what we have, unless Academy Management has anything else to add. If not, we can proceed into the rest of the program if you'd like.
Yeah, let's go, well. Oops, there we go, sorry. Yeah, so I'm thinking we'd maybe take a break. It's been an hour and 45 minutes. If we could take a break, and come back at 7:55 or thereabouts.
You guys aren't a part of the
All right.
conversation.
Thank you. Down, we're going to go ahead and get started here again. The next section, Dan, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Pretz. I'll turn it over to Val Okada, our Economic Development Manager, to talk about the enterprise zone portion.
So before I get into the enterprise zone details, I just have a short summary about economic development and how that relates. So economic development helps build a strong and resilient community by supporting business growth, attracting investment, and creating opportunities for residents. These efforts focus on 3 key outcomes: strengthening the local economy through industry diversification, creating jobs with a range of wages and career pathways, and generating tax revenues that support essential public services, infrastructure, parks, and public safety. Together, these outcomes contribute to a strong quality of life and a stable future for the community. The city advances these goals through a variety of policies, partnerships, and incentive programs. One of the most effective tools is the Enterprise Zone program, which helps attract new investment, supports existing businesses as they expand, and encourages companies to reinvest in facilities and equipment. This makes it a valuable tool for business recruitment, retention, and expansion. The city supports economic growth across a variety of sectors with a focus on fostering opportunities that create living wage jobs, encourage capital investment, and strengthen the local tax base, which supports community services. Because Oregon's tax structure can make the state less competitive for certain large-scale investments, programs such as the Enterprise Zone help companies justify locating and expanding here, enabling the community to capture the economic benefits of those investments. So to provide a geographic context, this is a map of our enterprise zone. There's 2 areas of our zone: North Hillsboro and downtown and South Industrial areas. To qualify for the exemption, a business needs to be located within the enterprise zone boundary. Okay, so the Enterprise Zone program supports many different types of businesses, not just data centers. The information listed on this slide is a combination of various industries that were approved for Enterprise Zone benefits. The Enterprise Zone program has been active for 20 years with 100 approved applications representing 60 companies. An average of 7 applications per year were approved over the last 10 years. As an overview, 50 applications are currently active, meaning some businesses are currently receiving tax exemptions while others have approved projects that have not yet placed property into service and therefore remain eligible to begin their exemption. This represents more than $11.6 billion in total estimated investment and approximately 3,200 jobs, with a median compensation of $126,500 per job. Participating companies are also required to submit annual reports detailing expenditures made within Hillsboro, from supplier purchases to retail spending. In 2025, reported local expenditures totaled approximately $21 million. So the Enterprise Zone program is a state-authorized property tax incentive administered locally. Eligible investments receive a tax exemption for 3 to 5 years. In 2017, the city authorized the optional 2-year extension, allowing companies to choose a 3, 4, or 5-year exemption period with a maximum benefit of 5 years. To be clear, the exemption cannot extend beyond 5 years in total for each investment. Per state statute, the exemption applies to new assets only. For example, it includes new buildings, building expansion, new machinery and equipment, and some personal property. This requirement is applicable to all standard enterprise zone applications statewide. If companies have new projects in the future, which includes new assets, as I've just described, they are allowed to submit another application, but must meet the state and local program requirements in place at the time of application. So the following state requirements applies to all standard enterprise zone applications. Increase in maintain employment by 10% for existing companies or create one job for new companies to the zone. No job losses more than 30 miles from the zone, which generally means a company outside 30 miles of Hillsboro cannot close their facility or reduce their employment and move to Hillsboro to receive the enterprise zone exemption. Exempt assets must be on site until the end of the exemption period. If not, the asset will be disqualified and exempt taxes must be repaid. First source hiring agreement is signed between the company and WorkSource Oregon, agreeing to notify WorkSource of any open positions to list in their database throughout the exemption period. Our city contracts, which is essentially the company agreeing to meet our local program requirements, must be posted for 21 days on the city website per statute. We will review the local requirements on the next slide. Also, according to statute, we redact the business name and any proprietary information from the public postings. The Oregon legislature created the school support fee, allowing school districts to determine their fee, which is a minimum of 15% up to a maximum of 30% of a company's exempt property taxes in years 4 and 5. Both the Hillsboro and Beaverton school districts have adopted a 15% fee and are responsible for directly assessing participating companies. A pre-authorization meeting must be held with the company, county assessor, staff, and the city as the local zone sponsor before approval to review project details, annual compliance requirements, and answer questions about the program. And lastly, each company receiving an enterprise zone exemption in Hillsboro and statewide must submit annual compliance forms to the county assessor's office for verification that the state requirements are met and determination of assets eligible for exemption. Because we meet the requirements of an urban zone, we are allowed to adopt additional program requirements. These are the requirements that the council adopted in 2017 when we sought reauthorization from the state for our enterprise zone program. The school support fee was later added to our city contract as required by state legislation. So the local requirements include minimum investment in North Hillsboro of $1 million and $100,000 in downtown and south industrial areas. As I mentioned earlier, an annual local procurement report is due to the city with a goal of increasing purchases by 10% annually. Required wages to be paid at 102% of minimum wage in exemption years 1, 2, and 3, and 125% of minimum wage in exemption years 4 and 5. This allows job opportunities at all levels to create a diverse range of positions. Benefits provided to all employees must meet or exceed the national average for private industry as determined by the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the previous calendar year. All employees are offered training and advancement opportunities, and the company reports a description of the training program and the number of participants annually. Companies pay an application fee equal to 0.1% of the total estimated value of investment capped at $50,000, which is equivalent to a $50 million investment. We are the only enterprise zone that voluntarily shares our application fee with Washington County. A community service fee is assessed to companies receiving benefits, which supports workforce development and economic development priorities. The fee is based on an exemption per job formula applied annually to all participants. As we discussed earlier, in addition to the community service fee, applicants pay a school support fee of 15% of the abated tax in years 4 and 5 of the exemption period. And an annual compliance report is required, confirming that the local requirements were met. So this timeline highlights major milestones in the history of the Hillsboro Enterprise Zone program. So in 2006, the Hillsboro Enterprise Zone was established, including the creation of the community service fee and the appointment of a zone manager. In 2016, the City Council adopted amendments to update the community service fee and application fee. In 2017, the city applied to the state for reauthorization of the enterprise zone and adopted local policies discussed previously. In 2024, the Hillsboro and Beaverton school districts established a 15% school support fee and adopted resolutions implementing the fee. That same year, the City Council approved an expansion of the enterprise zone boundary.
Good evening, Council. Michelle Warren, Chief Financial Officer for the city, for the record. So this chart shows the community service fee that we have received and collected since inception, fiscal year 11-12. As Val just stated, the program started in 2006, and community service fee is not paid until the investment is abated. So that's why there's a delay in the community service fee. The blue color is the community service fee, which I'm going to call CSF, otherwise you'll hear me say community service fee a lot, is paid by non-data center companies, and the orange CSF is paid by data centers. The CSF is restricted by both state statute and city policies. Years 1 through 3 can only be used for workforce development, and years 4 and 5 for economic development. This means that the community service fee cannot and is not used for city operations like police and fire, and is not booked in our general fund. The city has chosen to fund 1.25 FTE with the community service fee funds. As it is restricted, we are allowed to use that to pay for staff, and that is really a finance driven, that we like city policy to use restricted funds first. And then that way we're not dipping into discretionary funds to pay for work that is specifically tied to the community service fee. So the FTE includes the one full-time position, which is our workforce development project manager, and then pays 25% of our full-time position who manages the E-zone program. As you can see, the amount of the community service fee collected has increased significantly in the last few years. Prior to biennium budget 25-27, Finance was booking the community service fee and tracking it in our economic development fund. As the revenues began to increase, finance staff determined that we needed to create its own fund for our enterprise zone program, and monies needed to go there. So for biennium 25-27, which you all adopted, we created that new fund, and we all the monies that we've been tracking related to community service fee and the application fee were moved into this new fund. And then any new revenues and expenses are being tracked in our enterprise zone fund, which is, so that budget and that fund can be found in our city's adopted budget, which is online. To note, the city does not have to charge a community service fee to companies. It is allowed under state statute, as Val said, and prior city councils did approve the implementation of the community service fee. If we did not impose that community service fee, then the companies would keep those funds. And the city would have to find other discretionary funding sources for the programs that are currently being supported, that Dan and Val will talk about briefly in a moment, or we'd have to end those programs. So the Washington County Assessor recently changed how they calculate the real market value for data centers. They changed their methodology from a cost basis to an income basis. The county assessor thinks this new methodology provides a better valuation of these types of properties. And with this methodology change, it increased the valuation of data centers, thereby increasing our community service fee. Companies in the enterprise zone agreement, like all property owners, can appeal their property valuation. And if the appeal is successful and the valuation amount is decreased, then the city must refund the company this community service fee amount in excess of the revised calculation. There have been several appeals throughout the time since inception. And in fiscal year 16-17, you can see the blue is actually negative, and that was a non-data center company that appealed their valuation, which resulted in the city having to refund portions of those community service fees. So because we have to potentially refund money, not just for evaluations, but if a property is determined by the county not to meet the program criteria and their exemption is not allowed, then we would have to refund the community service fee. So every year, Val said, the property is evaluated, the asset is evaluated to make sure it still meets all the criteria and continue in abatement. So therefore, we need to retain a balance in this fund for potential refunds. And if there were no community service fees funds available, if we were to spend them all and we had to do a refund down the road, then we'd have to use discretionary funds to pay that refund until we had new community service fees collected. Back to you.
Thank you, Michelle. So what I'll cover briefly, and I think this actually gets to some of the questions in the last session too, so hopefully you see some of the answers here and we can come back at the end. But these are some of the public benefits that come from that funding that we are able to aggregate and collect from those community service fees that are paid back by the enterprise zone applicants. Many of these programs should be familiar with you because it's due in large part to past and present council's direction to support the funding and the evolution of many of these programs that seek to provide not only benefit to Hillsboro residents, Hillsboro workforce, and Hillsboro small businesses, but in making these investments too, we recognize many of these partners do serve at a countywide or region-wide level as well. So that benefit is spilling beyond our city limits, even though the primary emphasis of the programs are to really respond to needs and opportunities here in the community. So this table seeks to provide the funding that has been provided with a correlated year, because some of those partnerships and agreements have expanded over time as we have seen the program mature and revenues change. And so at the top, you see the Portland Community College Quick Start program that we launched in partnership with some of our local employers and Portland Community College, really focused on getting manufacturing technicians and manufacturing workforce ready for our advanced manufacturing sector, especially semiconductors. You can see that on the far right column are some key performance indicators that we tried to normalize across the years 2020 to 2024. But in a couple of these longer standing partnerships, I'll give you aggregate numbers too, because they're quite noteworthy. So in the Quick Start, we have supported to date about 390 participants in that program. Similarly, we launched and want to thank our partners at Centro Cultural with the Centro Prosperidad, something that we have supported since 2016 to the tune of just shy of about $2.8 million. That effort provides a variety of support throughout our community, both ranging from workforce development and small businesses. And you can see some of those last 4 or 5 year indicators on the right-hand side. So more to come on that. Cocinemos, our food entrepreneur partnership program with Adelante Mujeres. You can see the funding there. You'll see in some cases there may be similar new businesses created, but those are two distinctly different efforts. And so you see some of the key performance indicators that we have out of our partnership there, including business coaching hours, new businesses supported at launch, and program graduates really learning financial literacy, how to create business plans, launch their own programs. And then one of our longest standing partnerships is that of the PCC Future Connect program, which in the last 2020 to 2024 window has supported 250 first-time college students or low-income college students. That program, dating back to its inception, is over 700 students supported as well, in the spirit of providing access to community college, providing access into the workforce, and helping to support careers and livelihoods. So moving on, there's some additional pieces that we've been evaluating as we started to see some of that fiscal curve, albeit uncertainties of appeals and appraisal methodologies. But we have been tracking other elements as well, some of which stem from city council priorities or other community initiatives. Those include things like customized on-the-job training programs that we have launched with Hillsboro employers, everything from English as second language classes up to specified welding classes for certain type of job skill sets, customized training programs. We've worked with biotech companies to create biotech career pathways at Hill High, many other types of examples. Similar to that, we provide a customized incumbent worker training program to many of our local businesses. The goal here is to try to encourage those Hillsboro residents that are employed at Hillsboro employers to be able to get additional training and perhaps grow or stay within those companies during different economic periods and changes in needs. We have the Workforce Development Center feasibility analysis. This is something that has come out of community engagement efforts in the past and has also been a council priority. So we continue to evaluate what it would look like to establish a more holistic advanced manufacturing and training center. We've done that to a degree in partnership with Portland Community College, other workforce trainers. And that is one, while we've not taken the next step to acquire a site or build a facility, which would be massively capital expensive, we have been evaluating what the design of that would look like and starting to put some funding away to be able to support a partnership like that if we're able to make it realized. The Advanced Manufacturing Training and Education Consortium, AMTEC, is one that our workforce development manager, previously Christy Wilson, currently Claudia Rizzo Mendoza, has helped to facilitate. This is where we bring our local employers together with local workforce partners, educators, trade training programs and the like. And they meet monthly to go over that. And a lot of the programs that we've created in the past and some new ideas of future opportunities really get established there between that set of partnerships. And so while the city organization and Claudia in particularly does a great job convening that and establishing that, many of these dollars that Michelle was just talking about help to fund portions of that and the ideas that can come out of that. We talked about Hillsboro School District support. We're continuing to explore a couple of opportunities there with them as it relates to some of those college and career pathways and support for that. And then as Michelle noted, we do support and fund a portion of our staff out of those funds as well. The picture on the lower right here is one of those BCC Future Connect cohorts at graduation. So with that, that concludes the first portion of the enterprise zone more macroly. We're happy to take some questions here. And then the next portion would be getting into the specifics of the enterprise zone process. We've received a lot of questions around how those applications work, what's being reviewed, what's being asked for in contract, but that's the next section up.
Councilor Salgado.
Thanks for the info again. I have a lot of questions. So first one, am I yelling or is that just my ear messing up right now? Because my ear's still a little.
You're a little close to the mic.
Okay,
You're okay.
back up.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, I'm dealing with been dealing with an ear issue for the past couple months, and it kind of messes up my hearing and my vocals. So on the local requirements, is there like an annual report that companies submit that's part of the enterprise zone program, or how do we confirm that information?
Yeah, so all of the companies are required to submit, I call a compliance letter, just basically providing the information that they have complied with our local requirements specifically. So the state requirements, that is required to be submitted to the county assessor's office with a copy to us, and the county verifies state compliance for those requirements.
Next question. What happens if the company doesn't, meet some of these requiremements? What are the consequences? Are there any consequences, or is it just like, hey, do better next time?
Yes, no, the local contract outlines what the clawbacks are if they don't meet the requirement. If a company does not, and we recently had this happen, company did not submit an annual compliance letter, and we actually took steps to disqualify their exemption.
Okay, so there's real consequences. That's really great to know. Okay, next question. Help me understand. I think this is what I understood from the presentation, so I'm just going to confirm, right? So the graph, 25 to 26, we haven't collected those yet. Those are what we're expecting, or at least we haven't dispersed that money.
That is money we have received in the community service fee from the companies that are part of the program. That's our money.
It hasn't been dispersed yet.
No, that's the revenue. That's the revenue side.
What has been dispersed has been from last year, and that's what we're seeing on the table below and the following slides where it talks about the different partnerships. Is that kind of where all of the money gets spread out? Because I'm looking at the table and I'm like, that's a little bit under 5 million, and then I look at the graph and it says 15 million. So I'm just trying to make sense of the numbers that I'm seeing in the graph.
So because of the last couple of years, the balance in this fund, which is why we created a fund specifically for this, currently has about $55 million in it.
Okay, see,
Yes.
that is really helpful information,
Yes.
and that is information that I've been asking for, right? Like, how much money is in it? How much have we dispersed? What's available? What can we use it for? Because there is a lot of need out there in the community, right? And there is a specific use. So I just feel like that is really important information. So thank you for distinguishing that.
And as Dan said, we're retaining some of it for appeals and those sort of things. But one of the big pieces is that workforce development center. Obviously 55 million is quite a bit, but it's that sort of thing. Dan could probably speak to that better than I do.
Yeah, and then one more question. So given that there is partnerships with private companies, and part of it is to help their workforce development programs. What are we doing? Because I have some insights. For example, when I worked at Intel, we partnered with PCC for the Quick Start program. So I have some insights about how the program works, right? And so one of the things that is really important and what I really value and I like about that program is that they bring people into semiconductor industry that would not traditionally think about semiconductor industry. So they look at other industries where people have the same skills, the same kind of daily routine, right? So one of those is fast food. Others is like nursing home. There's people out there on their feet all their time. They're writing reports, they're checking in. So they're bringing people in that are not used to that environment, right? Which is a really great program when we talk about equity, perfectly designed. The issue that I saw is people are not set up for success, right? It's like they go through this program, they get put in a job, they're in a completely new environment, and nobody is there to actually hold their hand and say, actually, you know what, this is completely new for you. Let me show you the way, how you talk to people, how you communicate, because they end up getting set up for failure, right? So how do we follow up on that money we're investing, making sure that the investments are actually permanent and not just like a flash in the pan program that we can highlight? Because that's what I care about, that this money is getting invested in some real long-term impacts, right? Not just like a flash in the pan. This program looks really great, but in practice might not actually work out. And you see that a lot, right? And that's not like an indictment on the staff, Intel, anything. That happens with any program. You can think of the design any way you want. Once you actually put it into practice, you start seeing all the things that happen, right? And so that's one of the things that happens. So what do we do? Because I feel like we have some responsibility there to make sure that when we do give some of this money back to these companies, because that's what's happening, right? This money is going back to them to help them. How do we assure that that money is actually going to have a long-term impact and it's not just to repeat the same thing 4 times now, a flash in the pan?
Yeah.
Because that is what I don't like money being used for.
Counselor, thanks for the question. I'll do my best to respond to it as briefly as I can. Again, happy to follow up in more depth later if council desires. So first of all, that's in part why we created a portion of that 1.25 FTE in our dedicated workforce project manager and the role that we have filled to commit to that, to try to understand the community's needs, the businesses and employers' needs, the workers and the workforce need, and to convene those partners and help establish that and operate that program. The other piece we do is twofold. One is with the partners and programs like we've captured on this slide, we have times we'll check back in and revisit and update or change those programs. And you see this oftentimes in those contract renewals when we are updating MOU, a memorandum of understanding, or those contract pieces, usually in a biannual budget type of scenario. And that's a chance to check in on what are we doing well, where are needs shifting, where did we maybe miss the mark. There's digital literacy push for a while, that has shifted. And so with those more longer standing programs, we're constantly reevaluating those. And that's not just from a staff standpoint. We're doing that with those partners' inputs and other stakeholder inputs. For programs such as that are on here, where maybe we're reinvesting back into our existing employers, we will ask them to provide information, and there's caps on the number of dollars per job. We ask for program curriculum and some of those metrics. Now that can change based on whatever customized workforce need they're seeking to address, but we do seek to have that within each one of those. And so I hope that answers your question of how we kind of address it in 3 distinctly different areas, all related to this work.
Yeah, I mean, because it's again, it's not that I want to like hassle on the details, but I pay attention to the impact, right? These programs are really well designed, but again, you're pulling people out from an environment that they're already comfortable in, right? If somebody's working fast food, hotels, they have their schedules, they have their routines. We're giving them this huge opportunity. They obviously take up on it. They go in. Sometimes they're not hired for a few months. Sometimes they last 5 or 6 months. And then what happens to their life, right? They have to go back and say, well, what do I do now? And so that is what I am really concerned about. How are we actually impacting the lives of people? Because we have good intentions, but maybe long-term might be a negative impact. And so that's why I want to highlight that. Not that I want to get too deep in the details, but those little things matter when you're building a program that you want to have real good outcomes in.
Councillor Embry, then Councillor Alcar.
Thank you, Council. I have a couple questions. So, okay, so the CSF formula is determined by us, right? Okay, and we can change it by policy, by a policy change. Okay. All right, and but are there like minimum and maximums regarding that formula? that fall under ORS? No.
No.
Ah, okay, all right. And so have we ever changed it?
Yes.
Aha, okay.
So it was initially established in 2006.
Yes.
And then we changed it in 2016.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then
So
when we added the
that's when-
school.
No, that's when we created a 2-tier system.
I see.
So we wanted to make it a little more fair because we started noticing companies were getting larger abatements.
Yeah.
And less jobs. And so we created this 2-tier system, which, you know, if a company had an abatement of $20,000 or more per job, they would pay a community service fee of 33% in years 1, 2, and 3, and then 50% in years 4 and 5.
Okay.
We
Okay.
have a lot of the data centers, because of their low employment count, fall into that
Yes.
tier,
Yes.
which is making our community service fee fund grow.
Yes.
So
Okay.
that's where a lot of the
Okay.
money.
So when I look at this graph, I like it. I really like it. It's a lot of funds that are being generated. But what are the restrictions that are put on the usage of these funds? Are they under ORS or are they us? Can we decide how to use them?
Counselor, they're both. So state law has some restrictions, especially in years 1 through 3. And then we at the local level will also impose restrictions, especially in years 4 and 5.
Okay.
So we can change our local stuff, but we can't change the state law requirements.
Yes. Okay. And could you tell us what they are?
Yeah, so in years 1 through 3, the money has to go to workforce development pursuant to state law. And in years 4 and 5, it has to go to economic development pursuant to our local code or local policy.
Okay, and workforce development is not equal to schools under that or that law that under ORS.
So we do have some programs where we work with the schools. Maybe I'm not fully understanding your question. I'm sorry.
So our schools teach the kids and.
You mean just giving the money directly to schools for school funding?
Yeah, would that not be?
No, it basically has to go towards programs that assist people who live in or near the zones for work opportunities.
For work opportunities. I mean, it has to be, like, it can't be high schoolers or.
No, it can, and we do have some programs where we're helping high schoolers, and then some of the programs that Dan was talking about does work with high school students.
But sorry, I'm just trying to understand this. What about building a science lab in a school? Would that not be workforce development, or a computer lab or something like that?
I think we'd have to look at each of those on a case by case basis. I don't want to give you a blanket yes or no answer. I mean, I'm a lawyer, so I'll tell you it depends. But I think generally, when these kinds of situations where the state imposes restrictions on what you can spend the money on, there's ways to potentially, if you could demonstrate that, like, the computer lab was being used for people to learn how to do resumes and something like that. So that you could potentially
program.
Yeah, I mean, but we haven't, those are the kinds of issues that I think the program manager works with different entities on, sort of where you can get the most bang for the buck. And I think it's important to really stress the point that was being made by staff earlier, is that historically we haven't had this large influx of money.
Of course.
And so now there's an opportunity for the council to sort of weigh in the future about how we're going to expend this money, going to Councilor Salgada's point, like what kind of programs can we sort of have the most impact with, and then to sort of what Dan and Michelle were talking about, sort of a larger sort of workforce development center that has been on the city's sort of priority list for a while. And so there's a lot of decisions that are going to have to be made with that money, but we're not yet making those decisions because we need to hold on to that money, as Michelle was saying, just in case we have to refund some of it. So we're being conservative with it until that money is basically free and clear to be able to use, and then the council will start to make those decisions.
Okay, all right. I have one more. Let me think. Yeah, so could we go back to the graph? Because I really like it. I see that we have we have an opportunity The enterprise zone was adopted by the city in 2006. And it was adopted to create jobs. It did create jobs. That's why the CSF is so low in the beginning, but then the data centers were kind of there was a loophole and they came in, but they are providing a lot of community service fee. And so what I would like the staff to look at is maybe changing the formula to get more. And I mean, it's marketing, marketing mindset. You charge as much as the other person can bear. So, charge more, and then just investigating what to do with that, what to do with these funds so that so just to do what to do, because I think it's a great opportunity. Thank you.
Councillor Alcaire, then Councillor Sinclair, and then Councillor Case.
Can we go ahead to the slide with all the benefits that CFS is providing? This one? Yeah, so I appreciate all of the things that the city gets to enjoy because of the enterprise zone and the data centers. I'm questioning the sustainability of that fee and our reliance on it. Because I think we ought to be looking at other sources as well. And other people have said how to reconsider using this funding in a different way. The Coastal Animals program and the Quit Start program, those are like shorter term programs. The Coastal Animals programs, you can demonstrate how many people participated and how many new businesses were started. For PCC Future Connect, we can always ask how many students are enrolled who are doing Future Connect, right? And then for Centro de Prosperidad, they provide numbers to you for what they do there. But for the Quick Start program, Christian is right, because it's a program that introduces people to consider going into those fields. Not everybody gets hired. I would like to know how many people get actual jobs who go through that program. And I can recall years, maybe a couple of years back, where I believe we were having an enterprise zone conversation about these funds and how they support people. I think it'd be helpful to see that data. And WorkSource should be able to provide it. Our partners should be able to provide that data for us to be able to look at that, because I don't think that, and I could be wrong, I can't speak for everybody here, but those fees do contribute a lot to the city. And I think that when people look at the enterprise zone and looking at data centers, they're also looking at tax abatements and energy bills going up. So I think when you want to explain this, you need to give a little bit more detail to people about what this means. So we have money that we give to people to get into Future Connect. I know I have worked with students who have Future Connect, but I think it'd be helpful to have a little bit of qualitative data to go along with this, to explain what happens to people as a result of participating in things that we fund. And yes, we want to get them into school, and community college is the easiest access program, but let's also think about colleges, 4 years, that are offering free tuition for everybody who qualifies for grants, because that exists too. And I think that that can give you maybe a different picture of who some of those Future Connect students might be and whether or not they're transferring on. And we're looking at Quick Start, and hopeful that people are going to get into the field of technology. Do we have expectations of these other orgs are going to do the same thing, or people have free will? We're not worried about whether or not they want to go into the tech field. So where we're putting our money towards investing in people in education, I think we need to look at that a little deeper. And, you know, these programs are really important. Centro de Prosperidad, there's a lot of people who are low-income people and have an opportunity to do something. A lot also with Cocinamos. So we're talking about Centro Cultural, Centro de Prosperidad. We're talking about Adelante Mujeres. Nonprofits participating. Thanks.
So maybe if I could just summarize what we're already hearing, I think from all three councilors who spoke, is that there's a desire to have some more discussion and analysis on how these programs are working and how we can, you know, fund future programming. And so that's, I think we've already got a consensus on that. So to save timing, certainly if you want to make more points about that, absolutely. But I think we've gotten that message loud and clear.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm basically echoing the same thing. What I really want to focus on also, how many of these new jobs are already built into the small businesses served? Are those separate or combined? When you look at Centro Prosperidad's itemization. And then in addition to that, when we talk about local requirements for local procurement, reporting, and job quality wages being minimum wage, that's not livable wages. And so so I'm wondering,
so the median wage that was on that slide. No. So the local requirement is 102% of minimum wage. That doesn't mean that that's what they need to pay or that's what they are paying. The median compensation that they report to the state and or to the county and to us turns out to be $126,500 per job. So you're not going to have companies in North Hillsboro that are paying minimum wage because then they wouldn't be able to get any. Right. But we wanted to give companies the biggest range, knowing that they're not going to pay minimum wage up there.
I'm so sorry, Val. I'm looking at the page where it says job quality wages, and it identifies Hillsboro Enterprise Zone Overview, local requirements. And so am I reading that wrong? Because there's
it's a minimum.
Oh.
They have to pay a minimum.
Okay. That's confusing, at least to me.
Okay.
So maybe my bad.
Clarify
It's just wanting to verify what that is. And then when we look at the itemization of who the partnerships are for the workforce development, my question is, I heard Councilor Alcara mention that the city benefits on these fees. Do we do workforce development within the city, and do we bring in any of this community service fees to provide workforce development, create job opportunities here within the city through this funding?
So, Councilor, just to make sure we're answering your question appropriately, are you referring to job training for city hired positions in the city organization or within the city community?
The city organization through the community service fees.
So these community service fees are intended to support workforce development programs for the employers across the city from a community standpoint. None of these dollars are being utilized in a lot of the programs like the examples we gave for internal workforce training. That is coming from other revenue sources.
I was just going to add to that too. So you're familiar, we have a pretty robust internship program that we have in the city, for example. We have some job training, apprenticeships, those types of programs. Those are not paid by this. Those are paid through other funds of the city. We use these funds externally to put out into the community.
But Councilor Sinclair, I think if I want to make sure that we're giving you accurate information, I think the question that you're trying to ask is that there is money that the city utilizes out of the community service fee, and you're asking what that is used for.
Yes.
And as I believe Michelle explained, that we have 1.25 FTEs that are funded with that money. And so one of those positions is that position that we've just been talking about that manages all this workforce development program. And that's the one that Dan was talking about that that goes out with community, works with the community, and determines like how to utilize this money. And the 0.25 is for the zone for helping to run the actual enterprise zone itself. So that is money that helps go towards paying for running the program. And as Michelle was saying, that we take that out of the program proceeds to help run the program instead of using discretionary funds for that to make sure that the program is paying for itself.
Thank you, thank you.
Councilor Case, then I have some questions, then Councilor Salgado.
Sounds good. I think I'll be pretty quick because I think Counselor Sinclair answered some of, or got to some of them for me. So on this one, nailed it. The years 1 to 3, 102% Oregon minimum wage. I agree. I don't love that, but what I wonder is if we can, to back up, maybe a review of this, our local requirements would be helpful. And so one thing I'm seeing though is that 102% Oregon minimum wage and just changing that to years 1 through 3, maintain a median compensation of whatever the median compensation was, probably like the year prior. Seems like a starting point, not to get too in the weeds, but too late. And so anyway, I was thinking that would be really helpful. I understand the school support fee in years 4 and 5 is a state requirement, not something that we can do, but that's something that I'll be curious to see the results of the data center and Prosperity Council at the state level and see what they recommend. And I think that would be something that I would be interested in us as a city lobbying for a change to start that earlier or from the beginning. And then back to the enterprise zone public benefit slide where it had the 4 organizations that we've talked a lot about and I think come to consensus. But yeah, I was thinking an audit of that would be super helpful. I'm also curious if there's an opportunity for farmers markets to be considered as part of that job creation. That's just something I would be interested in, like, so, because it is, job creation and diversify, yeah, it's a different place and so I don't know if they maybe would be adding a training program for those businesses that, are really incubating there, right? They have the day job and they're working at the farmers markets on the weekends. Just something I have been thinking about for a while, and this seemed to be the place to bring it up because we were talking about it. So I think that's it for my questions at the moment.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple. So I understand that the enterprise zones is 102, 125%. That's the starting or minimum wage. Do we have a median wage requirement? Secondly, the 126,000, it looks to me from that slide like that's a compilation of every single organization that gets tax abatements. So that could be the manufacturers as well as the data centers. So if we're creating a different use for data center, I would like to see the wages for data centers because at least the information I have is they're lower wage jobs. So when you say it's 126,000, I found it great, but is that data centers or not? Is that
Combination
Right.
of everyone who is in the program, but the data center's median compensation is 136,570
for data centers?
for data centers
Is that
only.
Is that the median?
Yes.
Okay, I think it would be helpful to have.
Can you say that again?
Okay, I got that.
136,570.
See, because that's higher than the overall blended amount with data centers and non-data center tax abatements. But yet I've been told by a lot of people that all this does is produce minimum wage jobs, and that is clearly contrary to what people believe the common wisdom is. So, and median is not an average. That means half the people are making more than that and half the people are making below that. So if you have 30 people working at a data center and half the people at a data center are making over $136,000 versus half below, that's better than people think.
Counselor, we're happy to receive any data based on those sources you're looking at just to inform staff, but that data is coming out of the direct reporting as we talked about too. So just for clarification purposes.
I'm not doubting it. I'm not saying I have sourced information. It's what I hear in the ether, in the atmosphere, right? Okay. Oh, a couple of other questions. On the refunds, clawbacks, or paybacks, or whatever you want to call them, if someone were to appeal their tax assessment, how long of a period of time do they have to do that? Isn't it 6 months or a year?
I believe they have to file their appeal before the end of the calendar year.
Okay, so if they get the notice in
But that does
November,
not
I think
mean
you're right, actually.
that it would have, I mean, it could take a year,
Sure.
maybe longer for the appeal to go through tax court and get settled.
Right, and they're not gonna win 100%, right? It's not all or nothing. They're
And
gonna,
sometimes it's negotiated.
sure,
happen,
sure.
so.
And then also, how long is it between the time when we know they have fallen out of the system compliance wise, and then we are ordered to refund their community service fee?
I don't have a set timeline, but
Have we ever had to do it?
I mean, I try to do it as soon as possible because, you know, once it's been official, the county assessor provides me with the new value and then I can recalculate their community service fee. Usually the companies shortly thereafter start emailing and calling, asking about their refund.
Sure. My point is that we probably calculate how much of this money went hard pretty quickly. It's not like, hey, we have to hold on to it for 3 years. It's not like we have to hold on to 100% of it for 3 years. We could say, well, we're gonna escrow, 10% of this for paybacks, right? And I think that's probably relatively easy to compute an estimate on that. And so I'm just saying, as we calculate going forward what to do with this $55 million and the years outgoing, we shouldn't think that all of this is at risk when we make our plans. And I'm looking forward to working with staff, so council decides what to do with that $55 million or how to spend it, because I think it's gonna be a robust and interesting conversation. And we're gonna give you a lot of options probably about how we're gonna choose to spend that money.
Vacation?
I would personally pick a Maserati if I had the choice, just because I don't think I'm ever gonna get the chance to own one. So if we look around the state of Oregon, we have a really unique opportunity here to do something really good for our community. And I see this as a test for all of us. What we decide to do with this influx of money, it's gonna matter for decades to come. And so the decisions we make right now are gonna be judged 10, 20 years down the line. I just want you all to keep that in mind. One of the things that I have learned through the Hillsboro Leadership Program is that our Hillsboro School District has a really awesome CTE program. And one of the biggest challenges they have is resources, right? People line up for that program and there's waiting lists, there's not enough teachers, there's not enough space, but it's a program that produces really good results. And it's not just about funneling students into higher ed, which I'm a big believer in because that's how I got here, but they also allow them to train in trades and different things that are not requiring them to go to school. So can we look at funding something like that in partnership with our Hillsboro School District? Because I think it benefits the whole community if we look at the long-term impact of these $55 million. What's gonna happen 10, $15 million line? That's the kind of impact we can have with this type of money. We shouldn't be focusing what good we can get or what good story we can get for the next 1 or 2 years. We should really look at and see what can we actually change with 55 million. We can change the trajectory of the city with $55 million. And CTE programming, HSE partnership, we should think about the future. We should think about our youth. Really, that's really where I would like to see the money go, or at least the majority of it go. So I would love to see some sort of report on what that could look like, what the impacts, do your magic, whatever, all the numbers that you need to get to us. I just want to really see what that looks like because I feel like that is the right move to make because it's about the long-term impact, not about what's going to happen in the next year or two.
Counselor, so if I could, Counselor Harris, thank you for saying that. We work directly with Hillsboro School District very regularly, trying to identify that. And this now is a new opportunity to try to figure that out. I will say one of the complications we have with the school district is not Hillsboro; it's the state funding formula, and there are ways where we are actually not allowed to just provide money straight to the school district. That's the complication, is the way the state calculates it. Now, this is going to be a new situation, so that's absolutely some analysis that we want to do, because if there's ways that we can figure out new ways to help HSD, it would be amazing. We would love to do that, and that'll be part of this analysis that we come to.
Yeah, I mean, the reason what sparked that idea is, Councilor Andrew asked, could we potentially fund a science lab in the school? well, if we can fund a science lab in the school, we can fund the CT program from my perspective, right? So let's do our, I mean, we figure out ways to find easier ways for other people to do things. Let's find an easier way to fund future investments in our children.
Thank you, Councilor Embry, then Councilor Alcare. Can we do a time check? How many slides do we have to go?
Well, we have one more section. There's about 10 slides left. And what I would propose is when we get into that section, there is 2 sets of council questions and policy discussions. Perhaps we can skip the middle one. This is under section 4 on the schedule HBL before you. Skipping the first green question mark middle there and just work through that whole section and wrap up with whatever policy conversation or questions council has at that point.
Okay, great. Councilors Embry, then Councilor Alcare.
Thank you. So are we gonna, are you going to go over the summary of what you thought we were saying?
Yes, we've taken some notes on this section. If it's okay, what I'd like to do is try to get through the full enterprise zone section, including things like school funding formulas and some of the other financial tax questions we've had. And at the end, there's a couple of other policy areas we'd love discussion on, and then we can summarize all of the enterprise zone policy discussions before the night's over, if that's okay.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. So you mean the next section also and then summarize? Yeah, okay, that's fine.
So I have a couple things. If we're talking about job training, can we be creative and maybe fund Working Hands Farm? And other programs like that, not necessarily connected to tech. I have said that it's nice to have the Silicon Forest. One of the things that I think that schools could benefit from are having field trips and having actual front-facing opportunities to see companies and to talk to people who are actually working in there that could inspire them to go to school. And I think that it would be great if the Silicon Forest pays for the school buses. Regarding data center job requirements, you're talking about 2 different pay, right, structures. What are people, what are the education levels that people need to have? What's the expertise? Is there any union? What are the job requirements? And how long are people expected to be in those jobs? Like, what is the plan for somebody to be in a job like that? As far as a company can forecast.
Councilor Alcare, if I could, we'll take those questions down as well. One of the kind of unique things about data centers when we try to answer that is there's really kind of 2 types of jobs. They have the jobs that are there permanently inside the data centers, and then they also have a whole bunch of, for example, electricians. And so there's an electrician union, for example, and I forget, I'm sorry that I don't remember the name of it. Thank you. Yeah.
It's being constructed.
No, so they actually come back routinely once the data center is constructed. They're the ones a lot of times that are doing a lot of the work in the data centers, but they're not often counted as a data center employee. So that's it's a great thing. We'll try to figure out how to include that in the analysis as well.
Thanks.
Okay.
So we will progress into, if you're looking at your sheet, we are moving into the section 4. And I'll kick it back over to Val.
Okay, enterprise zone application process. So for context, the enterprise zone application and authorization forms are developed and provided by the Oregon Department of Revenue. These standardized forms and requirements are used statewide for all standard enterprise zones. It's also important to note that the anticipated project timeline and estimated investment submitted with an application are non-binding as stated on the application itself. Once a company receives authorization, state statute allows the project to begin earlier than originally anticipated. So this slide provides a general overview of the administrative process required to review and approve an enterprise zone application. Under state law, applications submitted by eligible businesses for qualifying projects must be accepted, reviewed, and processed. The city coordinates closely with Washington County assessor staff throughout the process, typically beginning as soon as the application is received. Once the city's review and approval steps are complete, the authorization form is signed and forwarded along with the application materials to the county assessor's office for review and approval. After the county assessor signs the authorization form, copies of the authorization and application documents are distributed to the company, Washington County, Business Oregon, and the Oregon Department of Revenue. So this slide illustrates a typical enterprise zone project timeline from the initial company application through the return of exempt assets to the tax roll. The process begins when a company submits an enterprise zone application to the city, oftentimes pursuing the necessary permits and approvals at the same time. Construction and installation of equipment typically occur over the next 2 years. So that's the section in light blue. The tax exemption does not begin until the eligible assets are placed in service. In the following year, the company must submit the required exemption claim forms to the county assessor with a copy provided to the city. At the conclusion of the exemption period, which could be 3 to 5 years, the state law requires the formerly exempt assets be added to the tax roll and assessed for property tax purposes.
So there's been quite a few questions from many fronts around how phased projects would work with an enterprise zone. And as Val stated earlier in the presentation, no one investment package can exceed a property tax abatement for more than 5 years. However, on a specific site, you can have multiple phases that have phased in 5-year investments that are subject to this, which can extend timelines for the overall site, whereas each investment. So let's say that this is a site that we're working with, pretty generic site, and we have 5 phases as shown here, phases 1 and 2 across the top, phases 3, 4, 5, and 6 across the bottom. Next to them are parentheses of when the anticipated construction completion and that placed in service date that Val noted, which is really when the abatement starts, is happening. This is very common in data, especially the medium to larger size data center projects. And also we see phased projects in some of our advanced manufacturing sectors as well. So that's what the physical layout and kind of construction phasing would potentially look like. And this is how the example with the enterprise application process would look like. So this color-coded graph follows those steps that Val just mentioned previously. The dark blue slide, or the section you see with the 1 for application 1 and then year 3 for application 2, is when we would be processing the potential enterprise zone application in a normal phased format. The light blue, as Val mentioned, is usually that construction and process that can range depending on the complexity of the building. Are they building a new building? Are they going into an existing building, et cetera? That's variable. And then this assumes 5-year enterprise zone request for all of them. If it was a 3-year, you would see the dark green shrunk down to 3 years. And then the light green is where each of those investment and phases would come back onto the tax rolls and the abatement would go away. So in this case, phase 1 would come in. I'm just going to jump back for a quick minute. And would be placed in service, say, in 2036. That 2036 would really be starting in what is year 4 right here. And so 5 years, we would see property tax abatements on that investment. And then in year 6, basically in 2042, it would come back onto the tax rolls and support local property taxes, general fund. Michelle will talk more about that in a minute. Similarly, phase 2 would be staggered from that, and I won't run through every single phase, but this just helps to lay out how each of those are. So each phase is getting a 5-year tax abatement, but you can look from year 1 for application 1 to the last year of application 5, for example, just to the 5th phase, you can look at a span of potentially 17 years in total. So we wanted to clarify that point because that seems to have been a point of a lot of questions and interest, both by the council and in a lot of public inquiries that we've sought to respond to. So with that being said, there's one additional nuance that I'll rely on Val's expertise on, but is within each one of those application phases, there can be consecutive investments tied to that. I'll let her run through that as well in a similar fashion.
Thanks, Dan. So, each approved application covers up to three consecutive years of investment. So you can have one application that is approved, but the company is also approved to invest 3 consecutive times and receive the abatement that they had originally requested. So you're going to have overlapping exemptions under one application if they chose to submit the 3 investments. So if a company wanted a 5-year, then their investment 1, 2, and 3 would get a 5-year exemption.
So let me see if I can handle that a little bit. So say you got a building and maybe that's your investment 1 on this owner of this building. And in year 2, the owner then says, I'm going to spend 20 million on computer equipment, servers, et cetera, in year 2. So that's investment 2 of application A. And the third year says, I couldn't afford them all, or we didn't have enough customers. So in year 3, I'm going to buy the other 20 million of servers. And that's investment 3 on a single application. But each piece of property only gets 1 tax abatement. You're basically just saying they phased in the development of that particular structure. Is that versus the other one, which is like 6 different buildings? Is that the difference between these 2 examples, sort of, more or less?
Mm-hmm. And each investment would get, 5 years, right?
Sure.
So the total length is actually 7, right? If you have
Right.
3 consecutive investments.
But it's really 5 years for each investment,
Yes.
even though the total,
Yes, because you're having.
because the investments were over 3 years. Okay, I think I got that.
Yeah, so said another way, the taxing jurisdictions that are giving the abatement will forego or delay the revenue collection on any investment for no more than 5 years, even though across an entire site or project with multiple applications or these investments, it can trickle back in or iteratively come back on depending on where the 5-year windows start and stop. So you nailed it, Counselor. So with that, what we would request.
Another question on that.
Oh, sorry.
So was that the original, like when the EASY program was created, was this phased approach part of the original design, or is this something that got amended later on? Because it seems having a phased program kind of seems counterintuitive to the whole purpose of the EASY program. So I'm just trying to understand when was this originally part of the whole plan, or is this something that I don't know?
This is one of those components, as we spoke about earlier. There's parts of the enterprise zone that are authorized and really governed or set out in state law, and then there's other parts of local law. The phased ability comes from state law, and part of that is to allow a phased project investment come in. Another part where we see it to be beneficial is occasionally we'll have existing businesses coming in and consider expansions. Expansions may be here compared to somebody else. This allows them to come back in and do an expansion or a reinvestment in Hillsboro rather than perhaps.
I understand that. So for me, there's a difference between expansion and attracting, right? So the original intention of the EASY program was to attract capital intensive business into an area, investment into an area that needed lightening of economic activity, right? But when you start talking about upgrading, adding, that's way different than injecting that investment, right? Because you're already in there, you're already established, you're already using the resources, you're already producing revenue. Like, I'm trying to conceptualize what the whole point of that is, because you're already established, right? Like, you're already in the market, you're competing. Why are we continuing to what just the design behind it, right? I'm just trying to understand, like, because it seems like it does lean heavily to benefiting the businesses, and the way that we see, on the other end of it, like when we look at the impacts, right, on electricity, water, that gets really complicated. And I really just want to understand, like, is this something that can be changed? And if it can, does it have to be at the state level? Because it just seems like it could get into a place with this phased approach where we get into situations where it's hard to kind of track, right? And you're doing so many different phases of different benefits and incentives that you kind of lose track of what the actual purpose of it is. And so it's not anything criticism specific to you or what the staff's doing. It's just generally understanding the program, right? Like,
Councilor, I appreciate that. I mean, staff are here to try to provide objective information on this. Understood. So to that end, I think at the heart of one of the questions is if the phased allowance of investments was to be changed, that would likely need to be done at the state statutory level that governs the overall program. That is not something we can do at the local level. We can bring back more information specifically on that if that's the desire of the council. And with that, I'll just leave that. There is the conversation about, you're exactly right, recruitment is different than retention and expansion. Both are arguably important. This program in Hillsboro has been used for both of those, and that could be subject to another economic development conversation at a later point in time if the council would like to have that.
So I got Councilor Sinclair, Embry, and Alcare to the best of my ability to remember who was first.
Council President, could I just add one thing really quick on Councilor Salgado's question? I think one thing to remember too is we have some companies in Hillsboro, because this goes back to your expansion question. Some companies in Hillsboro also have sites all around the country or all around the world. And so when sometimes they're deciding, do we want to expand our jobs in Hillsboro or in Arizona or New York or something like that? So that's where it does become competitive. So that's why expansion is also, I think, included in the state level program. Is we are competing, even though it's one company, they could expand anywhere, and we want them to expand in Hillsboro because that brings more jobs to Hillsboro. So that's just an example of why expansion, I think, is also important as well.
I mean, I completely understand all of that. I'm just talking specifically from the perspective of like, what is the role of government? What is the role of business? What is the business responsible for once you're already established in the community, right? You're already established, you got your incentive, you're competing in the market. Your choice to expand is based on the revenue that you're making, the assets that you have. So why are we phasing more incentives if a company is deciding to expand because of the capital they're making and the revenues that they're making and the investments that they're distributing to their shareholders? Why are we at the state of Oregon? Because it doesn't, someone's not going to pick up their whole business and take it to another state if they're already established, right? So again, it's high level criticism. It's nothing specific to the city of Hillsboro and what we're doing. It's just something that I'm noticing that's kind of like, well, this seems way off and it's really complicated. Maybe that's why it seems way off, because I don't understand it. But just looking at it very high level, it seems like we're kind of just as a program is not functioning, I think, to the best of its ability.
Councilor Sinclair.
Thank you, President Harris. What year did we start implementing the phase project example? And how many agreements have been implemented with this?
Val, correct me. I believe that the phased ability of projects has been in from the program's inception from a state law standpoint, but so we can confirm that, but that is our understanding.
And so it's not, like Councilor Salgado was saying, it's not necessarily expansion. Does this apply to equipment? Can one entity in one lot continue stack their equipment as well down the road?
Yes, they did already.
So replacement, new investments, each investment is.
Can you hold on a second, please? The person there in the front row on the right side, you were interrupting again with some comments. Second time you did it. First time I didn't say, do you give you a warning, but I will not tolerate disruptions that preclude this council from being able to conduct its business. Your actions are causing a disruption and precluding the council from conducting its business. That has an impact on every person in this room and online. Please refrain from causing any additional disruptions. If you continue to cause disruptions, I may have to ask that you leave the meeting before we continue, and if you refuse to do so, I may have to ask for you to be removed. This is your first warning. Go ahead.
So in short, council, yes, any qualifying investment, whether it's the replacement of equipment or tools, whether it's the addition of new tools, are largely eligible for the program. If they're eligible for the program and they submit an application, then that is where they're considered and approved.
Even if it doesn't create additional jobs, which is the intent of the program.
There is a requirement to increase, especially for existing companies, as Val noted earlier in the slide, to increase the employment headcount at that location by 10% or more.
Okay.
Hold on. I have to do this again, unfortunately. I think it's that person in the black coat, in the hoodie, in the right, in the third aisle on the right side. This is about the 5th time you've interrupted. So I am going to give you a warning. This is your first warning. We will not tolerate any further disruptions that preclude the council from being able to conduct its business. Your actions are causing a disruption and precluding the council from conducting its business. This has an impact on every person in this room and online. Please refrain from causing any additional disruptions. If you continue to cause disruptions, I may have to ask you to leave the meeting before we continue. And if we refuse to do so, I may have to ask for you to be removed. This is your first warning. Councilor Edward.
Thank you. Could we go back to the phased slide, please? Thank you. Yes, thank you. So the way that I understand this is that a company could do this or apply 5 times. Because if it's not like the abatement starts, if it's been approved, the abatement will only happen when they actually physically build something and put it there, right? So they could then, yes, they are approved, but nothing is happening until they're physically build something and put something there, correct?
The abatement does not start until, as Val noted, the investment is placed in service. That investment can be a building, it can be the systems associated with that building, it can be major equipment, or it can be personal property. And that same investment cannot be applied for again for a future 5-year. That would have to be a new investment coming in that is eligible and qualifies under one of those same.
Thank you. And I think there has been a lot of confusion. But yeah, this is just like you could have 5 different applications or just do it in one go. It doesn't apply, the city doesn't start to give the abatement until there is actual physical investment in place. So that's one thing. And I think the next slide is the same way, right? So there's like 3 of them, so sure, but if they don't actually have something built, it doesn't, okay. All right, thank you. So I think there was just a lot of confusion there. Okay, the other thing is, just one thing to note is that for data centers or any other data centers are manufacturers, but you know, tech companies, servers live for maybe 3 years, 4 years. That's it. That's their life, right? So they do need to be upgraded. And so if they are upgraded, then I'm assuming that's what you meant, that if they're changing the server racks, which are millions and millions and millions of dollars, then they can apply and get the abatement again. They will not get it for the building, but they will just get it for
new equipment being invested would be potentially eligible if the program is still in effect.
So, but one piece of equipment only gets it once. That's it. Okay, I think that's important to just say that. Okay, my question was coming back to the CSF formula, because I like that also. Can we have, is it possible to have 2 different formulas? Like if we have the data centers classified as, you know, something else, and I may be using the wrong words, could we have a different CSF associated with them? So that's just one question. I mean, you don't have to answer, but just if that could be, if we could look into that, that would be great. That was it. Thank you.
Councilors Alpera, then Sinclair, and then Salgado.
So why do we do renewable exemptions? Why do we do that? These companies have already invested, so why do we continue to give them exemptions? Let's say phase 1 gets rid of all of its stuff by year 6. Are they considered a brand new company and they can get more tax exemption or ongoing? I'm trying to understand why we've given them the incentive once. They're gonna be generating money in business. Why do we have to continue to give them tax exemptions throughout the lifetime that they're gonna be in our enterprise zone?
Councilor, thank you for the question. I'll do my best to give a quick answer. I may look to Chad from one part of the legal component. So there's, I'd say, 2 to 3 parts of that question. One is, first and foremost, state law makes them eligible for it. And we have an active program that is in alignment with state law. And so if an eligible entity submits and meets the criteria, we'll get to this in the final part of the presentation, we have an obligation to process and approve that. We can apply our local policies, we can update and in the future apply different local policies, but there is a legal component of if they're eligible, compliant with both the state law program and our local program, we approve it. So that's one, that's more of a procedural legal answer.
But we don't have a choice unless we decide we want to make it.
Depending on have a program.
Yeah.
And even that, as we can talk about later, we are able to make local policies as we've already done multiple times and spoken to, but there is still an alignment piece back up to the state law enabling piece of that too, that we have to be in compliance with. The second piece of that is we would potentially do it because it does also ensure that investment is coming here along the lines of what Robbie was speaking to earlier, and would allow us to ensure that 10% job growth is occurring here as that company continues to expand, doing that expansion here rather than potentially somewhere else. So I'll stop there, but those are the two primary reasons. There's other programmatic reasons in there too. So I hope that answers the heart of your question.
Yes, but now I want to say, but what about large layoffs? What do we say to that? What do we say to those companies that cannot and do not retain large numbers in their workforce? Why are they eligible?
So if a company has an active enterprise zone application, they have to maintain the employment we've talked about. If they don't maintain the employment we've talked about and meet those thresholds, as Don noted earlier, we take the step to disqualify them, which then requires some degree of penalization up to and including exclusion from the program and back pay. So that's during that period of abatement. Beyond that, it can become increasingly difficult to require and ensure businesses of any size to maintain certain employment based on business factors and keeping them financially viable and the like. That's probably as far deep on that answer as I'll go right now, unless there's further questions.
So this may not be a good example, but if Intel decides it's going to lay off 20,000 people, what number should we be concerned about in their layoffs? What's the benchmark we ought to be thinking like, oh my God?
I want to just make sure to clarify that, first of all, Intel is not subject to any enterprise zone application. So that's a bit removed from what we're talking about this evening. That would be a separate conversation, probably to a separate incentive program that we can definitely do. And unless the council would like to use our remaining time on that, I might encourage we follow up later on that one, just so we can get through the remainder of the course this evening.
Councilor Sinclair, then Salgado.
Thank you. Director Diaz, for the phased applications, what happens if the council as a body chooses to amend the community development code? Are those agreements already vested and they are grandfathered in to the time they signed the agreement?
Councilor, thank you for the question. I'll do my best to respond to it. Just to clarify, because we're kind of taking the two topics again and intertwining them. They're not always that linked. Are you referring to
the permitting aspect?
So their permits being vested, not the enterprise zone application and process. I'm sorry.
Because of the timeline being potentially being broad, what if zoning changes after agreements are already signed? What happens to those agreements down the road if the council body chooses to amend our community development code?
Dan, do you want me to try to take this?
Sure.
So I think there's a couple aspects here. First is that when a entity is already existing and we change the development code on them, they get to continue to use that existing use, even though the zone's changed. So new ones can't come in, but existing entities, we can't change the zone on them and basically kick them out. They basically get it, like you said, they're grandfathered in. And so for those entities that are already there, they can continue to invest into their property and take advantage of this program if they are a part of that program. For new entities, someone who hasn't gone through the land use process yet, right? And so they just have an empty piece of land and they've submitted their enterprise zone application and they want to then invest, 10 years down the road. And they don't have an application in, so they're not grandfathered in, and they, the zone changes, so they can't build that building, or they can't build the data center in this case, for example. Then they would never get the exemption because they would never be able to put that property, they invest in that property to get the exemption. Because remember, the exemptions only apply to those specific properties that are invested in. So it's buildings, it's machinery, it's personal property.
Right, but we can also stack that, basically.
Right, but to the extent that they're precluded from building that type of facility within that zone, then they will never invest in that property, so they'll never receive the exemption.
And Counselor, if I may, just to add on to Chad's response, we've got 6 slides left in this last section. There is a map in there that I think actually might help give a visual a little bit to the 2 parts of what you're asking. One is the enterprise zone eligibility and application. The other is the land use code and their ability to develop and build, what Chad's saying. And both of those are needed in order for the enterprise zone benefit to actually be effectuated or occur. And so there might be a visual that helps link some of that too in two slides or so.
Councilor Salgado.
So, yeah, just want to say thank you for saying Salgado, right? Appreciate that. It's been going above my head, and I just noticed that you're actually trying to pronounce it. So my parents would be proud. I don't mean to get in the weeds, but I'm going to get in the weeds because Councilor Embry asked about servers. So when we talk about equipment and abating taxes, when that equipment gets, when that equipment gets depreciated, do they essentially do they get double benefit for that, or does that not calculate into this program? So would you like me to illustrate what I'm saying? So a company comes in and says, I'm going to bring in a $2 million machine, right? That gets tax abated because it's $2 million, it's a lot of money. And so as the years go on, that value gets depreciated and they can write it off on their taxes while they're getting their taxes abated, right? So they're getting local taxes abated 100%. And then when they're writing their taxes, they're counting in depreciation. Like, do you know those details if that's allowed under IRS rules, or if that's something that we need to fix? That's just a question that came up with her explanation of the server.
So the county assessor's office really handles all of that.
Okay.
So I do not get into that level of detail.
Okay, but you understand why that's an important question.
Right, and maybe at a federal level, but so the assessor's office provides the assessed value to us as well as the exempt value.
Yeah, and the reason, before we get too far down the path, sorry, and I don't mean to be rude. I don't want you to go 5 minutes into giving me an explanation that it's not really going to be helpful, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to understand. The reason why I'm asking this is, it is knowing that information can inform how we update the enterprise zone, because if we're doing 100% tax abatement and then they're depreciating their equipment, then that gives us room to say, well, if you're depreciating already, why are we allowing 100% for 5 years? Why don't we, as they're depreciating, why don't we reduce the tax abatement? Because why would, and again, it's not, again, our jurisdiction is the city, but again, we also can update the enterprise zone.
Yeah. Councilor Salgado, in the spirit of trying to bring information out tonight to help navigate next steps and direction on some of this, I will just try to clarify one quick point. Is there's 2 types of taxing I think that you're referring to. So I just want to acknowledge that to make sure we're tracking you. One is the property tax, depreciation, and abatement tied to the enterprise zone. And I believe the other one is more of a federal tax write-off tied to depreciation. So I just want to kind of note that, as I think is what you're flagging.
Correct.
I do, and we can check in with the county assessor's office to provide greater detail if the council desires it. But as that equipment is depreciating over, let's say, the 5 years of the enterprise zone, the assessor is accounting for that depreciation. So the amount that is being abated, they're just not paying the property tax on that, is decreasing. That should be corresponding with the depreciation schedule.
Well, yeah, because that would be 100% of their, I mean, if the value, if a $2 million,
it's 100% of the value.
If a $2 million tool, if a $2 million equipment depreciates $500,000 after the first year and it's worth $1.5 million, yes, 100% of the $1.5 million is going to get abated.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And the same could be true if the building value, for example, is appreciating. That would be reset. So I want to
answer but under the tax abatement rules, it's 100% regardless if it increases or goes down.
Correct.
My question is, we're giving them this benefit, right? And we need to coordinate with our federal partners because we're giving tax incentives, right? And so this is a area that's just sticking out to me. Like, they're depreciating on one end, getting a benefit, and then we're giving them another benefit. Like, it just seems like it's too many benefits for one organization. So again, it's not a jurisdiction, but I think it informs how we update the enterprise zone.
So President Harris, maybe if we could move on to the next slides to get through those. But I just want to sort of summarize. I think a lot of what we've been discussing is sort of the state program and the state requirements and what the state imposes. And so one of the things I think to sort of summarize what you all are saying is that there may be aspects of the state program that we want to look at and maybe have Ariel or our lobbying team maybe talk to the state about that and see if there's changes that we could make to make the program fit more of what we envision as a good program. And so I do think that this was very valuable feedback, but if it's okay with you all, I think we've got that message loud and clear, and it'd be great to move on to the next slides because I know the hour's getting late and there's some really important information I think you all want to hear in the next slides as well.
Let's do it.
Sounds good. So 6 slides left, and then we'll have a similar type of final policy conversation as we did and as promised to Councilor Anbury earlier.
Okay, so this slide summarizes recent legislative changes affecting enterprise zone eligibility for data center projects and the resulting local impacts. So legislation adopted in 2025 established a moratorium on new enterprise zone authorizations for data center projects after June 6th, while leaving all existing program requirements in place until that date. In response to the impending change, the city experienced a significant increase in application activity, receiving 17 applications between March and May of 2026. 2 additional prospective applicants inquired about submitting applications, but were informed that the city could not complete the required review and approval process before the deadline. So the stars on this map identify the locations of data center sites that submitted enterprise zone applications for specific projects. The sites are color coded by development status. Green indicates an operational facility. Yellow represents projects that are under construction or currently in the permitting process. And blue identifies currently vacant sites. It's important to note that this map represents a snapshot in time. While the map itself is static, the data center industry is highly dynamic, with projects frequently advancing through development stages. We make every effort to keep this information current based on our ongoing engagement with project representatives and the best information available at the time.
Well, before we move off to this one, I just wanted to loop back to Councilor Sinclair's question. This is the map that we were talking about, whereas the stars are the enterprise zone that were submitted, the sites are development, but back to, in order for the investment to be placed in service, they would need both the approved enterprise zone application and the appropriate land use and or other permits to be able to build, construct, install, and make that investment and place it in service. And then that's what would effectuate the realized benefit of the enterprise zone. So I hope that that graphic here too, the color coding is that step in the processing, potentially the development process to the land use side. The stars are the enterprise zone side. Thank you. So of the 17 applications that were taken in a process, and we hope this gets to also some of the revenue or return on investment questions earlier. This slide seeks to show of those applications, the total investment from a real market value on the left-hand side. Apologies for some of the acronyms. PP is personal property, M&E is machinery and equipment, and building is the structural components, all of those things we've talked about in terms of eligibility for the enterprise zone. RMV is real market value. So that's the full value of what we believe the monetary investment will take. In 2025, 2026 CPR, not life support or resuscitation, that is a change property ratio that's used in the determining of the property tax amount that gets charged, that comes out of the assessor's office. And so that's that percentage kind of ratio. Then in the next column is the estimated AV, which is the assessed value. So that's how much of that value is assessed that would either pay taxes or potentially be eligible for the abatement per the enterprise zone. You can see that's at about $6.9 billion. And then the code area 7.45 tax rate, that is the tax rate per $1,000. So that's what's charged per $1,000 of assessed value. And then the estimated imposed taxes countywide. So that would be all taxing, local taxing jurisdictions the amount of taxes that would be applied across those 17 applications. And based on that $6.7 billion of investment, you can see that that's $113 million. So if taxes were assessed and paid, that's what it would be, is about $113 million. We'll talk a little bit more about how that would get broken out. I do want to note that these numbers account for all of those enterprise zone applications kind of coming online right away. It doesn't account for phasing. It doesn't account for appreciation or depreciation, but these are valid numbers in terms of the overall appraisal approach. And then the estimated COH, which is City of Hillsboro portion, per our permanent rate of 3.6665 plus LOL, which is the local option levy rate of 1.72, shows what the Hillsboro share of those property taxes would be annually, and that's about a little over $37 million. And as Val noted early, so that's just from what is being abated in the first few years of those, what also is roughly coming back online to the tax rolls in terms of revenue when they would not be in the enterprise zone program. The text at the bottom, that application fee of $850,000, as Val noted earlier, there's a maximum fee of $50,000 per application. We split that 50-50 with the county. So the city would receive about $425,000 of that. The county would receive $425,000. That goes in part also to pay for staff and the processing and administration of the program.
Yeah, and just to clarify, does this chart assume there's no tax abatements? Is this the full tax load?
It is the full tax load, and so that's the amount that would be abated when the enterprise zone was in effect. It also is roughly what would come back online and be assessed and collected taxes when the abatement were to go away.
This is under the current rules. They didn't file any applications. They made these investments. This is what would come on the tax rolls.
Right.
Yeah. So if all that investment was active and built and coming on the tax rolls for 25, 26, this is what they would have been imposed on taxes.
Yep.
So, but none of this is built, none of this exists. So
Right.
this is just an estimate as if it happened today. So we're just trying to show that the impact of this investment of down the road, how much the taxing jurisdictions would receive and the city would receive from this investment once it's out of abatement. First built, then out of abatement. So this almost $7 million in investment on the assessed value will bring an additional $37 million to the city once it's out of abatement, once after it's built, if it even exists. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's assuming that the assessed value is going to be the same as the original value, which is probably not correct, because there's going to be some depreciations. There's going to be a reassessment, I'm assuming.
Right.
And also that assumes everything's online at once, which it won't be.
And that's what it's really going to cost them. They obviously have submitted what they believe the investment will be, but some of those investments could be 5 years from now. And we all know that cost of construction increase. So this is strictly an estimate, an analysis of everything in today's dollars and if it was all built today. But you could probably be significantly more down the road. Taxing code amounts can change. There could be additional local option levies, different things. So it's just truly just an analysis and estimate of what could be as of today.
Can I-
Oh, sorry. That's right, Embry.
Thank you. Sorry, what was PP?
Personal property.
Which is what, could you give an example?
Do you want to?
That would be like servers, racks.
Oh,
Mhm.
but the land's not here.
Land is always taxed. Land
Yes,
is
it is.
never exempt.
Yes,
Mhm.
agreed. Yes, agreed. And so I was just gonna say, so land is not here because it's always gonna be taxed. And if this wasn't built, it would just be the land that was getting taxed. Okay, so, all right, thank you. Oh, no, one more question. Where do we get the permanent rate? Why do we have that rate?
So that is because of Measure 47 and Measure 50. So back in 1997, the state had, people put on the measure a change entirely property tax system for the state of Oregon.
Yeah.
And at that time, prior to that, we were on a tax-based system. And so the new law that was voted on by the Oregon voters change it to a permanent rate. And so it's very complicated, but I'll try to give you a very quick thing.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
And so every taxing jurisdiction was assigned a permanent rate. It was not our decision. It was assigned based on the math that came out of Measure 50.
Yes, and just
our schools started to go down right after. All kinds of bad things happened, but I'll just stop there.
Right,
But yeah,
actually with Measure 5 back in 1990, when the
550.
schools started really having
Let's
issues.
move on.
okay.
So this is me. Staff was asked to provide a case study on a data center site and the amount of property taxes generated, and I picked QTS, just like Councilor Salgado did. So what I'm showing here is a portion of the property tax bills for the site for fiscal year 18-19 and for fiscal year 25-26. And on the left-hand side is the property tax bill, and the property tax bills are generated by Washington County Assessment and Taxation and sent out by them. We do not do them. So the bill on the right, on the left, is the first bill after QTS purchased the property. So prior to the purchase, the property was actually in what's called farm deferral. And farm deferral is a state program known as a special assessment for farm use, which significantly reduces annual property taxes. And for those of you that are looking really close, you'll notice that the acreage on 18-19 is 41.65, but the acreage on 25-26 is just over 90. And that's because QTS not only purchased this parcel, but they purchased 2 other parcels. And so down, you will see in the green box, I have the total net real market value, net assessed value, and taxes imposed for those 3 parcels combined, so we can compare it to the 25-26. So in 17-18, a total of $14,633 was imposed on those 3 parcels due to their the wildland farm deferral status. When the properties came out of farm deferral and was in the first year of ownership by QTS, the total amount of property taxes imposed for all taxing jurisdictions was $326,522. As you can see, is mostly the land that is being assessed for those properties. So now over here on the right-hand side is the property tax bill for 25-26. And this property tax bill is just for the building and structures owned by QTS. It does not include any personal property for QTS or its tenants. And I have highlighted in green the real market value for land as well as the assessed value, which basically the property taxes were calculated on. So again, as we said, property taxes are always paid on land because it already existed. As I mentioned earlier, companies in tax abatement have to pay property taxes on land and any structures, equipment that already existed. So the property taxes paid in the amount of $599,841 is basically for the land. Property taxes are not calculated on real market value. Cannot stress that enough. Not calculated on real market value. Is calculated on assessed value. And as Dan talked about, there's a change property ratio. So the county assessor does not determine the assessed value until the property comes out of abatement. When it does come out of abatement, the county assessor takes the exempted real market value and multiplies it by the change property ratio, as Dan showed, to get to the assessed value. And the change property ratio for 25-26 is 0.617. So if I use this ratio, the estimated assessed value for 25-26 on that exempted real market value of 2.4 billion would be about 1.5 billion. And the 1.5 billion is what the property taxes would be calculated on if they were not in abatement right now. Since this property tax bill was generated, it is our understanding that QTS appealed its valuation and the county reviewed and reduced the value. And the new exempted real market value is estimated to be $1,934,716,515. So the revised estimated assessed value would be just under 1.2 billion. So in addition to the land, QTS and its tenants have property, oops, stay there, Dan, I'm not done talking about my numbers. You know I love my numbers. So they have property taxes imposed on 1.34 billion in personal property assessed value. So there's 1.34 billion in investment, not in enterprise zone, not abated, being taxed. And so some people have asked, where are those bills? Well, per Department of Revenue, personal property information is considered confidential. So property tax bills and individual taxpayer information is not available. So we, finance staff, had to go to the county assessor to ask how much, and they gave us the number, the 1.34 billion. of was being taxed on personal property. And so unlike land and structure, the property change ratio for personal property is 1, so real market value equals assessed value for personal property. There is currently 150,810 in exempted real market value related to personal property that is being abated right now. So between the 559,841 plus the $21,989,664 imposed for personal property on the 1.34 billion, total impact taxes imposed for 25-26 on this parcel and its tenants and everyone was 22.59 million. So that is the tax bill that was received. And I say imposed because, like all property tax owners, so there's a 3% that they can take advantage of, and we don't know that because, again, the money goes to the county, not to us. As I said earlier, the estimated assessed value for the revised exempted real market value is 1.2 billion. So if that amount was not in tax abatement and was on the tax rolls right now, it would have generated an additional 19.6 million in property taxes. So that's the total would have been paid is 42.78 million. So next slide, please. Thank you. So what this is showing is the property taxes broken down by jurisdiction at a summary level. So the Hillsboro School District, they have their permanent rate, they have a bond rate, we've combined it all together. And so you can see in 17-18, when it was in farm deferral, a total of 14,000 was assessed to for all those property jurisdictions. And in 25-26, a total of almost 6 million was assessed, and that's where it all goes for those taxing jurisdictions. Next slide. I'm like, what's happening? So now I'm going to talk about the school support fee and school funding, and might be able to go back to you, Councilor Salgado. So each year the state calculates how much will be distributed through the school funding equalization formula, which is calculated based on a bunch of metrics received from all school districts, plus estimated property tax revenues, other local revenues anticipated from each school district, as well as the amount that's available in the state school fund. Together, then, all that information, it's very complicated. I am not an expert. Please don't ask me more than what I'm telling you. Comes together, and the state determines what each school district is going to receive. This is their bucket of money. These are their revenues for their operations. The amount is a combination of state school fund and estimated local revenues, which local revenues includes property taxes from their permanent rate, common school fund, certain grants. The enterprise zone school support fee is considered local revenue, and there's other revenues. So if the amount received in local revenues is more than what was estimated, then the school district gets less in state funds. If the local revenues are less than estimated, they receive more in state funds, but the total amount they are receiving does not change. So as I mentioned at our budget committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, Hillsboro School District's assessed value increased 28.5% from fiscal year 24-25 to 25-26. And that was mainly due to the Intel SIP coming out of abatement and beginning of revenue sharing from our North Hillsboro Urban Mineral District. The 28.5% increase equates to $30 million more in property tax revenues imposed. So even though HSD is getting 30 million more in property taxes, that does not improve or change their budget. It doesn't change anything. All it does is change the funding sources. So for 25-26, 50% of their funding is coming from local revenues, and 50% of their funding is coming from the state school fund. In 24-25, the split was 40% of local revenues and 60% from the state school fund. So as you can see, the increase in property taxes changed the split, but not the local amount received. And as I stated previously, the school support fee, which schools are allowed to collect from companies in the enterprise zone tax abatement for years 4 and 5, are included as local revenues in the equalization formula. So once again, this does not directly benefit them, nor do they control those funds. It just means the state funding would be reduced. And I don't know if that's what the state legislature was meant to do when they added the school support fee. That's how the program works. And so again, with the state legislation, if that's something we want to look at, we could do that. And so both, as we mentioned earlier, both Hillsboro School District and Beaverton School District established a 15% school support fee for the Enterprise Zone program in 2024. And the school districts are responsible for billing the Enterprise Zone companies under abatement and collecting the school support fee directly. We do not be involved in that, other than Val, as the Enterprise Zone manager, is required to provide them necessary information for them to bill those companies and receive those funds. And it is our understanding, I did meet, why I know all this information is myself and my staff met with the Hillsboro School District finance people to get this information. So at last we spoke with them, they have not yet billed any of the companies, because I don't think any of them are currently in years 4 and 5 yet.
So council, thank you for the patience and the time to get through the final section. We have set up a similar slide to what we did with land use, but before we maybe get to this, were there any questions on those final few slides that you wanted us to cover before we get into your conversation around policy topics?
Just,
Sorry.
cool. I was waiting for you to call me. Okay. Yes, I just want to confirm. So it doesn't matter if we do put more money from the CSF into the schools, the state's just going to take away whatever they invest because we're making up.
Most likely we would need to check with them. So it's been, as you all aware, the gain share program we've been sharing with the school district, $500,000 a year, which is an entirely different program. We've able to keep that out of the local revenue portion because of how we've been giving them the money. So we are using that money towards what they're doing at block 5 and 6 or 56. Is that 56? Thank you. We're calling it. So it's possible, I don't know enough about it, but it's most likely going to be considered a local revenue. So we would have to work with Chad and the school district to see how we could find a way to help support them without it just meaning less money from the state.
Okay, so it sounds like there could be a pathway, but most likely there has to be some sort of state action on it. Cool, thanks.
Councilor Andrew?
Just wanted to thank you. The examples were great. So thank you. And yes, I don't know why people wanted to move away from the wonderful slides with numbers. But thank you for putting this together.
I had a question on the QTS example showing how much they were paying in taxes. What's the community service fee calculated on that example? Do we know? Because that would be in addition to the taxes that are being paid.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
It would be the percentages, as Val noted, based on what the assessed value of the abatement is. We can try to run that out. Do you have those off the top of your head?
I think I have a spreadsheet. Let me look for that and I'll get back to you.
Okay, 'cause I guess the point is if they normally pay 43 million, they pay 22.6 altogether. But if they also pay a community service fee, the delta is not as big as people may think, right? Because they're paying two different things, which may become maybe it's 75% of the taxes they would normally pay. So I think that'd be an interesting piece of information. No more questions? I guess we're on the question Q&A side though, aren't we? Oh, so running through the potential policy areas to consider. Do you want to lead this, Tina, or Chad, or what do you want to
I
do?
may, Counselor, well, I want to go back to the last set of discussion in the enterprise zone space we're having and just capture what we captured out of that, and then we can definitely go into new areas or refine this if that's okay. Just a second to jump back a couple pages of notes, almost out of ink. So I think the two big areas of interest and consensus in. I'm sorry. Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay. The two major areas of what sounded like general consensus was one, come back with a conversation, a policy conversation around the community service fee, both how it's being calculated and also what other requirements are in there. The specifics, I think, are a bit variable, but that's when we can definitely try to frame up some options and come back. We can do a thumbs up now or not, but that's just what we heard. The other one it sounded like was a funding and a programming discussion, really what to do with those current and potentially projected community service fees, perhaps some more information on that and what other options do we have. That's a general topic area that I think we heard pretty solid consensus. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Council President and Council. If there's other areas you'd like to discuss, we're happy to take notes and listen, and happy to summarize at the end.
But I think there was also the discussion about potentially looking at the state program and having a discussion about what changes that the council may want to advocate for at the state level.
Thank you. Adding that, Chad. Appreciate it.
And I have,
Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Sinclair.
And I'm so sorry, you were referring to the previous list we had or the current one you are now for what we just currently went over?
This was the discussion had after we did the first section of the enterprise zone, where there was some extended conversation, policy conversation inputs, trying to capture those, come right to those, Councilor.
I would add to that, or maybe in addition to that, is, we have the Data Center Advisory Council coming out, and that's been pretty heavily staffed, and they've got a lot of big brain people on that apparently, and they've got resources behind it. And I was just looking even at the charge that they had given, and it's pretty comprehensive and addressed a lot of the issues we talked about. Encourage siting decisions that support responsible economic development, create jobs, increase long-term revenue that will strengthen our communities, understand how data centers affect and help Oregon meet clean energy, climate, natural resource management goals. It goes on and on. And from a short, brief discussion I had with you, Mr. Diaz, earlier, was we expect that report to come out in October, I believe. Preliminary findings, at least, and final findings soon after that. What they're doing is a lot of the heavy work that we've been talking about doing here, and staff is doing here. I know at the end we're going to be talking about all these ideas don't just appear from a Google search or something, or me writing it down. It takes tons of staff work, and there's going to be a lot of tasks here. And some of the stuff we just talked about, it occurred to me, really do involve necessary changes to state statute, and they may be making them, and involving our capable GR staff in this might be a way to address some of those things, and for us to make sure we load staff, maybe focusing on the issues that we do control within this jurisdiction. Meanwhile, letting Ms. Nelson, our other GR people, Mr. Smith, work on the state side, like looking at the school funding and looking at the percentages and whether you could have subsequent applications on the same property and things like that. And that's my input when we look at changing this, is figuring out how we can coordinate or piggyback on the work the state is doing.
Council President Harris, may I just add one additional piece that's somewhat real time that might be a benefit for awareness for the council as you think about these moving pieces, especially at the state level? And Val can speak more to this as she's our staff point of contact, but with the House Bill 4084 changes to the enterprise zone in mass, including the data centers, but especially some of those other areas, that rulemaking is also underway, but we've been told that'll take about 6 months too. So I just wanted to flag that too, as there is some of that, back to the point about lobbying at the state, some of that rulemaking we will continue to track, but it sounds like that'll take a few months too before we see final rule on the enterprise zone coming back out of the state. But we're happy to keep council apprised of that too.
Councilor Sinclair?
For my initial proposal, I still would like us to propose a resolution restoring council oversight to enterprise zone program. And this resolution uses our explicit state law authority as the zone sponsor to reclaim public oversight and eliminate administrative sign-offs on massive corporate tax exemptions. One, statutory mechanisms direct staff to invoke OAR 123-668-100, Section 5, which limits the local zone manager to administrative functions except as explicitly prescribed by the zone sponsor. 2, administrative shift explicitly restricts the automatic administrative signature authority currently held by staff for long-term tax abatements. 3, public process mandates a routing process where any future enterprise zone application must come before the city council for advanced public notice, a public hearing, and a recorded majority vote. And finally, legal safeguards ensures the language clarifies that this alters internal procedural routing, not state eligibility criteria. This protects the city from vested rights challenges by pending applicants. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's something you said that before, but it's relatively new. It fits into this thing. And so before staff works on that, I think we need to get a consensus to move that forward or not. So maybe it would be time just to deal with it now instead of calling more people and interfering with other issues. This is a pretty distinct area. You're basically asking the authority to execute enterprise zone applications come to council rather than having it delegated to staff or city manager. Is that basically the essence of what you're asking?
I'm not looking to take away, I want it to be public. I don't want to interfere with state criteria, but I want the process to be public. That's why we're where we're at right now and having this very meeting.
Yes, good question.
Yeah, is it on this subject?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so, Councilor Cynthia, are you saying saying that the permitting should come to council? Or are you saying that the land use portion of it should come to council? Because those are two
You're
different
saying
things.
the enterprise zone tax agreements should come before council.
Right, so, but when they start to build it, are you
That's staff's job, but the approval process comes before us
okay, for just for data centers or for everything?
for all of the tax abatement, enterprise zone program.
Alright, so I would not agree with that because there are a lot of applications and if we start to make them all conditional and have public hearing for all of the businesses that are applying to be in our enterprise zones, that will take a lot of council time, a lot of public time. I think that it would be better for us to make rules and policies where we could make some sort of them conditional, but make these rules so that we empower the staff to do what they do. But because if we start to look at every single application that comes, that will not be viable. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Councilor Sagala, you have something on this or something
Yes,
else?
something on this.
Okay.
Not on Councilor Sinclair.
This specifically, I want to make sure people have an opportunity to address this because we're going to vote on this. We're going to give a thumbs up or sideways or down on the
I'll wait
proposal.
till after the vote.
Okay. My response is similar to Councilor Anbury's. I feel like if it's mainly ministerial, and this is just, does it check the boxes on the statute, which we've been told that's what it is. I think coming to council doesn't really serve a point because we don't have any subjective way to reject it. So basically we're gonna say, hey, did it check the boxes? And they're gonna say, yeah. And I don't know that I want that authority. I'd rather have it delegated to someone who actually is an expert and has the time to go through that. I would support maintaining that authority in the city manager rather than delegate to further staff. And this is why this council has the city manager is the only person that reports directly to city council.
Right.
And so to that extent, there's a closer nexus between the decision-making and this council than there is a delegated staff. So that sort of wasn't working very well. And so I would support that, but I wouldn't support this council taking it on because I don't know. And by the way, when those are signed, they get posted 21 days. Obviously, no one knows about that until now, obviously. But now we do. Now we know about it. And if you see it, and maybe we need to be notified when they go on. We should be notified when they get signed. So there's direct notification to us, so we can ask questions at that point. But I would not. I don't support changing the authority directly to city council.
And is if before we go down a rabbit hole, specifically if it's only data centers, because it's the data center aspect without having the local jobs created, with it being considered data centers, is that something that council would consider?
I can't speak for everyone else. I don't think I would because you run into the same issues. Maybe it's a more heightened sense of concern. I get that.
Maybe what the question I'm asking then is, this wasn't, in my opinion, there's been trust lost with where we're at today with the 17 agreements. And so how is this, or maybe it goes to our the budget committee, or not the budget committee, finance committee. because they have oversight. The point is, so we're just gonna watch, if we don't do this and it goes before the public, what does that look like? Because where we're at is a weird thing between land use and the enterprise zone. And so the point is, when it comes to the data centers, I believe that should go before council and the public so that there is public notice and a recorded vote. Because our community has the right to understand, because it's universal, our entire community is impacted by data centers. And we do not know the long-term consequences. And so currently, with the enterprise zone program agreements, where there was a landfall of 17 agreements, that's the part where there's distrust, where our community wants to see that go before a public hearing. I don't know how to remedy that besides doing a resolution, what I'm suggesting now, and also a land use aspect of amending our community development code.
I appreciate that. Councilor Alper?
I think we need to change what we're doing. And I think because it's data centers and because we are in the mess that we're in right now and lost the trust of the community, have had a lot of speculation from across the region about this, I would support this, what Kimberlyn is suggesting right now, and to take action on the way that this all went down. I think that would demonstrate some transparency. We could possibly gain some more public trust. And it can be a lesson on, okay, so if this isn't gonna be a long-term thing, how do we go forward? And having public trust and transparency about what we're doing. We didn't do that with this. We did this with enterprise zone. We did not do that with data centers. We don't know the environmental impacts. We don't know the health impacts. I have been looking at those. The whole country is talking about those, except for here. I'm surprised that we're not talking about that here. I don't know if we can monitor, regulate, watch what's happening, and be ensured there isn't any health impacts or environmental impacts. But without that, what are we doing this for? We're just making money. We're generating money, and we're sacrificing people's well-being. Somebody said earlier, maybe we can get land back. Well, the land's been ruined. The land cannot be used for something else. We've heard testimony. People are here. It's late. I've heard nothing of human impact of how people are going to be dealing with this long before we're all gone from council. That's what we're doing. That's the legacy that we're setting forth. What is wrong with finding out and doing this, and I would say temporarily, so we can make sure and get back on track with what this is for? We're not doing this. This goes against what the enterprise zone was created for. We know that. We're doing this because COTEC told us we had to. Now that moratorium date is gone. All we can do now is make sure that from here on, we're going to make sure we're not going to have any more impacts. We're not going to have any more loss. It's not just about making money. And I think that's why people are so angry about this. We're not even talking about that. They're here. Acknowledge why they're angry.
Thank you. Councilor Case?
I am not interested in micromanaging staff, and I feel like this leads in that direction. I think kind of what Councilor Harris said, the recommendations you made, and having the city manager continue to sign off on things and then maybe bring us more of a report, I think could be helpful. I think there is some accountability coming to data centers from the state level reports that we're asking that are coming from the state. the Data Center Advisory Committee and the Prosperity Council. And then our requests are for the environmental impact study and the economic development impact study. And I think that can help with reestablishing trust that people feel has been lost. So that would be my thoughts on that.
Councilor Salgado.
Yeah, now that I understand, I think, I would be against it just because it would fundamentally change what our role is by the charter. So I just don't think that's something that actually we can do from what I understand, but I also, want to think about the way that we kind of understand items differently on the agenda. And when we're talking about something as complicated as easy program, we're all going to be looking at the same information, but it's going to look a lot different. None of us are the experts. Logistically, that just sounds like a nightmare. So I'd rather have somebody who actually has invested their time in learning about the program and how it works to actually be the one that dictates that. And us as city councilors, I think we really need to understand that our role is to set the parameters for the people that are doing this role. And so that's where we should be focusing our time on. And our explanation is like, how do we shape what their job is going to look like? Because that's our role, and that's actually has a lot more influence than us sitting there and deciding whether yes or no we should approve an application. So that's the reason why I wouldn't support it.
Councilor Henry.
Thank you. I have a couple of things. So, Councilor Kerr, we have asked the staff to do the environmental study and the economic impact study. So that is because we're hearing what people are saying. So that is a direction we have given them, and we're looking for it. And then the other thing is regarding the governor's moratorium. There are going to be no more data center applications coming in for a year, right? So just Councilor St. Clair, I'm just saying that there are going to be none because there's a statewide moratorium. So and that applies to us, right? And so just wanted to mention that. And then the last thing, it just kind of pains me regarding the trust being lost. That this council gave the authority to the staff to do what they're doing, right? And so they have been doing that. This council gave that authority in 2006, 16, 17, 24, 24, and 24. So we should not say that, the trust that it could have been lost for us. We were not involved in this. We should have been looking at this. We did not look at this. And now when we are now looking at it, we are making big changes. We're asking for changes in their in the zone itself, in the permitting process, in the building process. We are doing all of that. And so I would just reiterate that it pains me when our community says that the staff is doing something. The staff is doing exactly what the council told them to do. And so it should be on the council.
They're not doing what the council.
Please let her finish, and then you'll have an opportunity.
So yes, the 17 applications came. Yes, they did. I would do the same if a sale was going and it was going to finish. I would go and buy a lot of stuff. So yes, they came and they processed those applications and they put them on the website, which is why everybody got to know per what this council had told them to do. And so I just wanted to say that because yes, this council should have been a little bit more proactive regarding the data centers for sure, but it is the council and not the staff, because the staff was doing what they'd been told since 2006. So that's it. Thank you.
I'm not sure which you two was first. Councilor Sinclair, then I'll care.
Thank you. Councilor Embry, I value diversity on this council and having different perspectives. But what happened here, this was a factor from 2017, not this council. We did not create that policy. And so I can only speak for myself. I know staff works so hard, but when we continuously ask questions and we'll get answers at a later time, I understand we can only do so much at once, But this, with council not having that awareness and the public not having that awareness, that definitely breaks trust. And I don't know what universe we're sitting here looking at where that doesn't. So our community, as us as elects, there's 6 people here that represent the public, and they expect action from us. Those are taxpayer dollars. They expect action from us as their representatives. That's why we come here, and this is going on, what, 7 weeks now? And they want accountability, they want oversight. That is our fault as council. That is our fault now.
That's all here.
So when was council made aware of this? Because I think there were conversations, but not with all of council about this. And so how I found about it was a newspaper article pointing this out. So there was a definite change in the way that we were inviting businesses to come in. And there was a definite difference in ignoring of how data centers were coming in. Yes, we'll have environmental impacts. Yes, we'll look at impact on human health. Why is that so hard to ask for? I asked for it over and over. People have asked for that over and over. I am not sitting here representing my own interests. You have heard it from public. They have given it to you in public testimony. They have challenged you. They have asked you. They're pleading with you. They're angry, yes, and they're frustrated, and then they're cussing and they're swearing because they're frustrated. They are afraid of what decisions we're making. We are letting them down. I am not saying to permanently for council to be in charge of this, and I can't imagine it that so many that we just can't do it. I don't believe that. We have a responsibility to do that. So the way I'm seeing it, you don't want to do it, then everybody can know where people on this council stand when it comes to the data centers. That's important. That is important. I never took corporate money. I don't work for a tech company. I don't have interests up there. I am concerned that the people in my ward, predominantly low income, are going to have to face this. And you're going to sit there and just be okay because you want staff to do their job. Sometimes we have to intervene and ask questions of staff. And sometimes we have to make a change. I have never been around people so unwilling to do that. And it's your role to do that. But you go ahead. Because now I think we got to fight now for environmental impacts. And we need to know that. We're going to need to know what's going on with our water. Because of the way that we're doing it, we are not establishing trust with the community. We're not. You can act like we are not.
I know you feel strongly about that. I got a question though for Councilor Sinclair. What specific actions do you think the council should be reviewing and either approving or not approving? Under what criteria would we deny them?
I don't think the data centers should be in the enterprise zone program, period.
I asked you what applications, what actions specifically that staff is now doing that you think we should come to council. What actions specifically?
And specifically, I think where there's confusion, it's not that I have anyone here has more knowledge than staff, because we do not. The point is, I want it to be made public to council. I want it to be known to council and to the public. To me, that's through a land use process. But then I'm told that doesn't apply to the enterprise zone. That's a different process. Two things happened here. We weren't informed, and then real agreements went through. I don't have to go. I'm not trying to take anything away from Robbie. That's not my goal. My goal is to have it go before the public and council. And so if that's not an appropriate process for authority on the sponsor, the zone sponsor, then how do we get that to the public?
Again, what specific action are you saying? Is it the applications that were recently approved? Because they're not going to come in, as Councilor Embry pointed out, there's no more for a year. We could do it, but there's not going to be any more for a year.
It doesn't matter. Those are gone. And that's another thing we have not went over with the public. Where are we at with those 17 agreements?
Again, getting back to your request, what specific actions that are now delegated to staff do you want to come before council?
What actions do I want?
Yes.
So
That's what you're asking,
yes,
right?
the actions that I want is for it to come before council and to the public.
What actions are you talking
The
about?
agreement, review the agreements.
Okay, well, you mean the ones that have already been signed off on?
Even in the future, even though if we can't, those are done, I want us to, as a body, to take action because it's the right thing to do. Even if there's nothing that comes in for the next year, I want our public to know. I don't understand. You guys need a conversation on yourself because you're welcome to speak.
No, he indicated he was ready to speak, and I indicated I think I'm going to ask Dan a follow-up question to follow up on this question to you.
I just want to be seen because you've been on the mic like 10 minutes. So I just want to make sure that you see me.
Okay.
I understand that, and I've given you more than enough time when you talked about things.
I'm just explaining why
Okay,
I raised my hand. That's the only thing I'm doing.
Dan, I got a question for you. Let's say a data center, so we'll just narrow it down, right? So a data center has applied, we did the application recently, a month or 2 months ago. What would be the next step in the process that would be delegated to economic development to approve the next process?
Councilor, thanks for the question. Sorry to do this too throughout the course of the evening. Can you please clarify, are you referring to the enterprise zone application process or the land use development process? Just are we accurately respond?
Apparently either one. I'm not sure, but either one apparently.
So if a new enterprise zone application were to be submitted on behalf of an enterprise zone associated project, it would be not processed because the state's moratorium is now in effect as of June 6th.
Okay, start rounding for at least. How about on the land use side? If someone said they did a development application or whatever the process would be?
Again, the land use is completely separate and independent of the enterprise zone. And so if somebody came in with a land use application or development application for data center, not to rehack all of Rachel's portion of the presentation, but it would be reviewed against, is it allowed in the zoning? Are there limitations applied? Does it meet the development standards that are on the books today, that are in effect as of the time of that submittal? And we would seek to process and review that. If it was approvable or could be conditioned to the point of being approvable, that decision be issued. If it could not be approvable, then we would encourage them not to apply. And if they still applied, we would deny that.
And would there be public hearings on that application likely?
It would depend on the type of application. Many of them possibly not. But again, depending on, as we've seen, some of them could. That's a very nuanced land use question.
Right. So if they complied with all the written codes, there wouldn't necessarily be a hearing. But if they're talking, if there's a type 1 or a type 2 or a type 3,
we want to go to a floodplain
or
one
a
of the
variance,
points right,
right?
That goes to a public
exception.
hearing. Correct.
All right. And all right.
I hope that answers the question. And sorry for the clarifications. We just really want to make sure we're laser focused on responsiveness. That helps you.
Yeah, Christian was.
Oh, sorry.
Question for Chad. So under the charter rules, if a city councilor asks for information or data from a staff person, it's my understanding that they have to share that data.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, the answer is yes.
So my question, sorry to interrupt. So any city councilor here can request a look at those 17 applications right now?
Yeah, so the city council is a part of the city. And so even to the extent that there's confidential information that we can't share with the public, it doesn't mean that city councilors would not have access to it.
So we have access to it right now?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I want to know.
Councilor Embry.
Thank you. I just wanted to be very clear about something. So there are going to be no more applications for the enterprise zone because there's the moratorium. And at the same time, we have just given staff direction on changing the land use. And so we could have some to be conditional and they would then be coming. And that direction has already been given. So I'm not sure why we are talking about it. The enterprise zone application is not going to happen for the next year. And this direction to change the land use has already been given. and the environmental study and the economic study have all been given to staff, those directions, correct?
That's understanding, and I think the hope for this evening, I'll look over to city manager's table, is to try to summarize those, because we will have to sequence that work in, do the work and come back. The one piece I would just flag again, so that way we don't run the risk of damaging any further trust, and in the spirit of being truly transparent, if somebody comes in tomorrow after watching tonight's conversation and direction provided to staff and submits an application, a land use or a development related application for a data center, we will process those based on the rules in effect as of tomorrow.
Yes.
Just to be perfectly clear. And so people may do that to try to get under the rules here, much like we've seen with the enterprise zone rush. I just want that clear. So when those come in, our staff are going to go through the appropriate processes as are required in alignment with the procedures laid out in state law and our local codes to process those, upholding the rules that we put on the books, to conduct the appropriate outlined public engagement and notices, and to render those defensible decisions.
Changes to these would be per that timeline, that 75, 90-day timeline anyway.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So City Manager Hammond wants to make a comment, then I'm going to give it back to Councilor Sinclair to address the objections, and then we're going to take a poll. Okay.
I thought I'd just, I wanted to make sure I shared with Councilor Sinclair and Alcare. I absolutely understand, I think the intent, and I think there's ways we can do this. Maybe it's not exactly how we just talked about this evening. I think everybody's in agreement. There's ways we could have been better. I absolutely agree with that. And I think there's ways to do this. And so if it's okay, we'll go back and figure out what some of those ways are. Maybe it's not exactly how you propose it, Councilor Sinclair, but there's ways we can be more transparent with the public. If there's a new data center application that comes in, there's ways I can make sure you all know much quicker. So we can do that. I can do that, and I'll figure out how to do that. And I don't know exactly what that'll look like right now. I just want to make sure you know that there's ways we can accomplish that, and I'll make sure we do that.
Robbie, I very much appreciate the input you just shared with us. This has not been easy. I do not enjoy pushing the way I have. And I want to make it very clear, this was difficult for council. There was no communication for us whatsoever. And we're here now, and Councilor Amber, I want to be clear also that we're here because people like me pushed to have meetings consistently and to push this being brought forth to where we have an open conversation. I diligently pushed on that. And so things have evolved from the time we heard this information to now. We did not have all this information when this happened, and now we do because of it. I don't want conflict with all of us. That was unprecedented, at least in my experience, and it didn't feel good. And I can't imagine how our public felt. And so, Robbie, I appreciate it. I'm not going to keep going backwards. I appreciate what you said. And I appreciate that we've had this time to talk this far out. And that is what's caused a lot of conflict.
Thank you. And I acknowledge the work you guys did in pushing this forward, honestly, and getting a lot of information out there. It was definitely helpful, probably necessary. So I do appreciate that, but I do think we're in a pretty good space here dealing with everything everyone's talked about. Maybe not as fast as people would like to, but we're going by the law, the statutory requirements. And so I appreciate that. With that, I will get a census on moving forward with Councilor Sinclair's proposal or not. So if you want to move forward, thumbs up. If you're not sure, sideways. If you don't want to move forward with it, go ahead and thumbs down. I see 4-2. That gives you your direction. Let's see.
Council President, would you like to try to summarize a couple of other talking points just to facilitate the policy direction?
Well, Council President, I don't mean to interrupt. I believe Council Salgado had a topic that you want to talk about that was different from this, but if you moved on, that's great.
No, I do. I was just waiting for the vote. So if we can bring on new stuff.
Yes,
bring on.
Yeah, we still have some stuff up here. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to share one last thing before we get out. And I would like to get the support from the council to explore a data center community benefit and utility. I had to practice utility because it wasn't coming out right. Affordability fund. And so essentially what I want the staff to do is to see what kind of legal authority we have to create this sort of community benefit. And what this fund would do is it would provide a direct utility bill credit for income qualified households in Hillsboro, both electricity and water. And here's why. So earlier I talked about the growth and the demand and the speed of all these things that are growing, right? And one of the things that has been kind of out there, but I haven't really been too focused on it, was the impact of this industry on electricity demand and how that cost is kind of spread out over residential customers. I think it's really important for us to understand the finance model that companies like PGE use, to understand why something like this is possible, right? In order, I don't want to speak to their business, but they have to finance the growth. And so, you know, that's one way that they finance that is they calculate how much of the captured market they have. It's like, we have this many customers, so, you know, we're going to be able to leverage that. And so understanding that that's what they have to do to go get financing to build out infrastructure can help you understand that something like this is possible. Like PGE already does this with certain communities. They already do this with certain state programs where if somebody's income qualified, and I actually worked with this program at PGE, it's one of the groups that I was working with, is establishing an income qualified rate. So we worked closely with the OPC to come up with an 18% number, and that's a number that I worked on with my data project within PGE, and I actually helped inform that work. So I know that it's possible. I know that PGE is open to it. And so what you see here is this growth. You know, it does get spread out to the residents, and there's a lot of data to support that, right? Depending on how you look at it. And so the way that I see that is the cost has to get put onto the residential customers because of the finance model. And so that's why I see that opportunity here to create this credit where, you know, we create this new fee that the, you know, easy program beneficiaries jump into, and that money goes directly to, you know, a PGE and our CWS or our water department to give a credit to households that are 110% of the median income. And why 110% and why the median income? Well, a lot of the statistics out there show that between 50 and 65% of the population is living paycheck to paycheck. So, you know, median income in Hillsboro is 112,000. So that's 50% of the population is making less than that, right? And so that's 50% of the people, if we look at the lower end, that are living paycheck to paycheck. So a program like this that could give somebody $150 credit, $200 credit on their electricity bill, $50 credit on their water bill, it's very minimal, but it's high impact because people are actually making these decisions every month, right? Am I going to delay my electricity bill? Am I going to delay my water bill so that I can go to my doctor appointment, so that I can buy my medicine, so that I can pay my car bill, so that I can go get my tires fixed, so I can go drive Uber around, right? It's very little investment that's going to have a huge impact on our residents. And I really hope that you all can support that and see the future that's in front of us. Because again, we have to design these programs with the future in mind, right? If we do want to mitigate some of these concerns we have about AI taking over workforce, et cetera, we have to figure out a way that our community is going to benefit, because the new economy is showing that these companies have huge margins, right? They're untouched, unregulated. They're out in the wild. We have time, we have space, we have the capacity, we have the authority to do it. So please explore that. And I really hope that you all can support that.
Any feedback for Councilor Salgado on that?
I have some, yeah. If we had done, there was fairness in the way people were gonna be able to pay electric bills compared to data centers, I think that plan would have worked. But why should we have to give people credits? Why can't we just make sure that they're being charged in an equitable manner, and that they're not the ones who, I don't want to sustain data centers. I don't know public who wants to sustain data centers. So, you know, let's talk about what that fee is for people and how that felt when they heard that data center corporate, it's an $8 billion industry, wouldn't have to pay the same, right, in energy bills. So why are we doing that? It would feel like it might be a nice thing to do, but it feels like it's taking a step back and giving something that was taken away from people and saying, here, we're going to give you this break. I don't think so. I think like we've had a lot of emails come in about this. I don't know how many of you have read them about data centers and ideas that people have. I don't know if staff had looked at all of those. But no, we're not talking about a fair and equitable process here. All we're doing right now is going to catch up where we are with these agreements that we have. And now we have to go through it. So I don't know what sort of incentive there is in that.
Councilor
Can
Gibbons?
I answer that? 'Cause it's a question.
Quickly, yeah, because we have other
Okay.
commenters, but
I mean, I think, I invite you all to like remove the politics out of this. This is a math problem, right? That's all it is. It's a math problem. It's a math formula we have to figure out. And I'm sorry that you can't see the benefit, how somebody living paycheck to paycheck, getting $100 reduced from their electricity bill and another $100 reduced from their water bill benefits. And I'm sorry that you cannot see that, but that is exactly what the benefit is going to be.
Councilor Case.
As a board member at Community Action, where we have services, where they help facilitate services like these, I think this is something interesting. I think we're talking about a lot of ways to make data centers pay their fair share, for lack of a better word. So I think as we're considering all the options, I think this is something worth adding to that list of things to look at of what might this look like. And it will take some time because I think we need to look at, I think what we want to wait for is that data center task force, the state, whatever it's, advisory council and the prosperity council to come back with their recommendations as well. But I think it's interesting.
Yep. Councilor Sinclair.
Yeah, Councilor Salgado, this sounds very familiar to aspects of what President Martin in previous council had suggested. And in theory, I love the concept of creating solutions, but it kind of feels like we're not getting to the root of the actual problem. And my only concern with the suggestion is we've seen time and time again entities be at community-based organizations being at capacity, and then there's a lack of communication, and then it leaves our residents feeling frustrated who need help and who are at the brink of having shutoffs. They're doing all the work instead of us finding the solution to where they're not forced to do the work. That's the only thing I'm concerned about.
I have a reply. So the way that we designed it at PGE is actually no touch from the customer. PGE collects the information. Hey, how much do you make? Prove it to us. Once that's in the system, it automatically applies to their bill. So it's actually very well thought out equity wise. I was part of the team. I hope that by now you understand how I think about programs and know that I had a lot to do with that. And so if they do design a program like this, that's what it's going to look like. It's going to be very low barrier. They're not going to have to call in every week and say, can you please give me money? It's going to be an automatic credit because their income is going to be in there. And I believe every year they have to like re-qualify. So they have to like resubmit their income information. So it's a very well run program at PG. I will say that.
I'd like to learn more then.
Councilor Parker.
Yeah, I think I've used that energy program with PGE sometimes when I couldn't pay all my bill at the same time, right? So two things, like people have to qualify, they have to be eligible to meet requirements to get that assistance. And the other thing, I know this with Community Action, they run out of money. They run out of support for energy. And so it's not like somebody can just call up and go, oh my God, look at my bill. I'm going to call Community Action. They run out of funds. What happens when they run out of funds? We're responsible for that. We're setting up the kickback with the data centers. Why does somebody have to call Community Action and find out that they're not going to get help because there just isn't any, and maybe they could try again in a future month? So it's like, should we just give that money directly to Community Action Can we? I think there's a lot of people though that are gonna struggle with their PGE bills who don't qualify for community action. Because it's an income, it's a household that makes too much to qualify for community action programs. But they're still gonna be struggling with the bills that we are imposing because we're allowing this to happen.
Well, can I respond to that? So one of the reasons why PGE started this program is exactly that reason. Community Action was managing the program, and we got to a point right before COVID and during COVID where there was an influx of people that needed that money, and Community Action had to go home. And this is where digital literacy becomes important and digital access, right? People didn't have that. So it created this huge problem that we had to fix at PGE. And what did we do? We decided, hey, you know what? Why don't we just create the program within PGE so that people don't have to go every month to Community Action? Because that's one thing I saw at Community Action. Every month, same people. Like they have to lose a day of work. They have to go sit in line. They have to get in the queue. They have to get an appointment. I mean, they go 3 or 4 days. They lose 4 days of work sometimes just to get help from Community Action. And so that's why we designed it to come out of PGE, so that wouldn't be a burden on the people that are delivering directly the service. So again, really well-designed program, really well thought out. Not talking highly of myself, but I was involved in that program. And that's why I know so much about it, and that's why I know it works, right? And it has the support of the community-based organization. I think that's the most important part, right? There's a lot of partners that are involved that support it.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate the discussion, certainly the thoughtfulness about our community and affordability and the capacity issues regarding our community-based organizations. I think when you started the conversation about having this fee, it very much aligns with the community services fee and the discussion about the enterprise agreements of what will be included in the local policies. So if you're okay, we can just wrap that into kind of what we're analyzing in terms of programmatic and fee structures.
So I guess that wraps it up. It's not going to be a special program, but it can be one of these things that we're talking about, the easy program, which would be the first column there of proposals there. We will add that one in there. As a housekeeping matter, did we go through each of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 proposals and have a? Okay. That's me. I'm sorry. Pushing the wrong.
President Harris, I just want to be clear that this was just meant to help facilitate the conversation. It wasn't meant that you needed to go through every single one of these. This was just to help you all sort of structure what you wanted to talk about. So it's not that staff is saying that you need to talk about each of these. This was really just an opportunity to sort of look through what you all had proposed previously and say, hey, this is something just to help you structure the conversation. So it's really up to you. If you want to talk about these things, we can certainly do that. If you're done for the night, that's fine as well.
We're not done. But I would like to call the question on Councilor Salgado's proposal with Ms. Brooks' information that it's something we could look at as far as when we amended the EZ program to include this sort of a fee. Was that the proposal, or that the potential recommendation?
If there's consensus from council that you'd like to look at that.
All right, so would we like to include that proposal in as an option in this if we amend the E-zone? Thumbs up or thumbs down or thumbs sideways? Sideways, down, or up. It'll be included in our options at least. So looking at the items up there that the staff had listed, because they saw some threads of continuity between the different ideas that have come through here. Does anyone want to make a pitch for any of them or have your own wild card pitch today?
I don't have a pitch for what it would look like, but the changes to public notice requirements seems like it would be really helpful based on feedback we've received from the community over the last few months. And so I
think that aligns with Councilor Sinclair's proposal that we didn't adopt, but it aligns with City Manager Hammond's proposal also about delegation notice and all that stuff.
Okay.
So I think that entire column really actually aligns with at least a lot of the feelings here that we should have a little more public facing process going forward.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Sinclair.
President Harris, E-zone process down the road. Yeah.
everything. Maybe get a consensus on the 3 items to take a look at and evaluate for the E-zone process going forward. Thumbs up or down or sideways. All 3 of them.
The second column.
The second column to evaluate them.
But we just voted on the first one already.
Well, we voted, well, the zone manager delegations and functions, I think we agreed not to give it to council. We agreed to maybe keep it with city manager, but that's to be evaluated. Reevaluate how we're doing that, but not to give it to council.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thumbs up, down, sideways. Okay, all 3 of those are adopted as proposals to look at. I'm looking at the easy program limit abatements per site, so that would not be a phased, well, I don't know. Could it be phased because it's at different sites, or is it one site or rolling? Councillor Alcare.
I'm supporting that.
On that one.
Sorry.
I was just going to say on that one, some of these, going back to what Chad had said earlier, are done more at the state level. That one might be, what we may do is come back and say, these are things that we can advocate at the state, but we can't as a city make that change. And so maybe if that's okay, we can include that in there as well as here's a state function that we need to work on with the state during the next legislative session and bring that back as a priority.
Councillor Sinclair.
With the employment with multiple abatements per site, is that also state level, or is that something that we can further pursue at the local level?
I am not positive on that one.
I'm not positive either. I think we can look at that and see if there's something we can do at the local level. And then if so, we can look at the policies, but if not, we can include it as part of the state discussion.
Yeah, so maybe the proposal is to have the staff evaluate these to see what the scope of these changes would look like, whether it has to be statutory or local as a first step. And then I'll narrow down what our options are. Is everyone okay with that? I see 3, 4 thumbs up. Okay, not so much. We're just going to evaluate those to see who has the jurisdiction over those issues. Then whatever the city's jurisdiction is, we can then consider options.
Sure.
Very preliminary.
Yes.
Right. Potential finance changes, add an additional surcharge, something, because I don't have my glasses on, right? To franchise fees for large power users. And the second one, well, let's just talk about that. To have an additional surcharge fee to a franchise fee for large power users. Comments on that one? So that's someone who would already, then they would be in the enterprise zone, they'd be eligible for a tax abatement, but they would be calculated a community service fee differently.
This was in response to a couple of the councillor proposed policy suggestions around the local franchise utility fees and the additional tax here. So that right column is separate from enterprise zone specifically, more so to the broader financial space from various inputs we received, especially from council leading into the work session.
I have a question about that one. Thank you. I have a question about that one. So if we increase the fees, are they passed on to the customers?
That's correct. And so in this case, if you have a user, let's just say data centers.
No, sorry, Robbie. I didn't understand it. Yes,
Okay.
I get it. Yes, this means that if a data center, for example, if it's using a lot of power, then the fees that it gives we should increase the fees that we should increase the fees that we are requiring from PGE for that right away.
That's how I understood the proposal.
Oh.
If I might say something on this one, because of everything going on with PG's rates currently, they already made a pretty significant change this past week. That's going to take a little bit of time to get through. I would propose, because there's so many other things we need to be working on, it would be helpful if we can see how that plays out first, and then we can come back later. And if that's something the council still wants to look at, I worry that we'll spend a lot of time working on that, but it might not jive exactly with what PGE is doing. So it might behoove us to wait a little bit on this one.
I tend to agree to that because with the 28% increase now in the new data center usage, the extra 1.5, whatever would be charged, maybe a wash even, I don't know. And also we're going to have problems legally imposing this. The The mechanics of this are going to be difficult because we have to treat everybody fairly. And so we're going to have to figure out some sort of a mechanism if we wanted. Either everyone's going to get the increase or we're going to have to figure out a mechanism. So I would agree to back burner this one, but to keep it on a list to look at in the future. But we could vote on it if someone wants to make a pitch for it. We can argue for it. Councilor Hendry?
I was gonna go to the next thing. I was gonna just.
Well, yeah, no one made a pitch, so yeah.
So I'm just gonna have staff note that one is not on the priority list moving forward for now,
Yes.
to be clear. Okay.
The CSF formula, where is, I would like that to be relooked at. Wouldn't that be here somewhere?
Councilor Embry, I would put that one under the policy topics that we covered before we got into
Yes.
the new ones around the come back with the community service fee, local policy discussion.
Thank you,
Yes.
yes.
Can we kind of loop that, I'm sorry, that require ROI assessments on incentives? Could that kind of fall under that as well?
That
Or
was
can
what
say
I
no.
was thinking of when we put do we do an economic impact assessment, much
Okay.
like the environmental
Yeah.
impact assessment? Do we do a
Yeah.
maybe on that or refine that scope? That could be something that we fold into some of the questions and
Right.
inquiries that we've heard of, like what are the revenue impacts?
Mhm.
What are, the job creation impacts and those other things, and we could fold that into that
Our ESPN is working.
if we're adding that to the work plan as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I think the return on investment has been a continuing thread throughout this conversation. I don't know exactly where to place it, but obviously this good government requires us to take some metrics and take a step back and take a look at how our programs are doing this. That's part of good programming. So, I mean, I don't know if we need to specifically pass anything or vote on that, but I think we're all in agreement and we want to be able to track some of these outcomes. Is there any other ideas that people have that they want to propose here before the magic witching hour of 11 o'clock? Yeah, well, Central Time.
Can I just have one more comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Robbie.
A couple of quick thoughts before we wrap up. First of all, I know this was a hard conversation. I'm grateful for the conversation as staff. We got a lot of good feedback tonight from this policymaking body of the city, and this is helpful. So thank you. Second, there's a lot here, and I like to try to tell you exactly when and how we're going to do this, and I don't know that yet. So we already have multiple meetings with this group set up over this next week. It's going to take me and the staff some time to figure out how to parse this out, what steps need to happen first. I will do my best to keep you all updated. I understand fully how much of a priority this is right now. So I will be prompt on this. I just don't know exactly when and how to do this yet, but please rest assured we're moving quickly on this. I'll be back and let you know what the plan is as soon as we have that ready.
Can I just make a request? I know that we get notes and we can go back and look at it. Could we just get like a summary of like bullet points, just so that when we're out in the community, we can reference back and say, because I didn't write everything down, just so that we can say, yes, that is actually one of the things that our staff is working on. That would be helpful.
It's a great suggestion. Thank you. We can do that. That's what we're going to be working on this week anyway, is kind of figuring out everything on the list. And then we got to figure out how to prioritize it, what has to come first. So once we have that, we'll get it out to you all so you can at least share, here's the things that we're going to be working on. And we're still working on a timeline for how to do that. So.
And the FAQ, because people now know that that's a reference.
That's right. We can add it to the FAQs. Thank you.
And finally, I wanted to add that there's something that the city manager and I was talking about earlier, knowing that this is so much work and so many tasks to do while you're still trying to run a city with the same number of staff, one less staff, frankly, at this point. And it very well could be that the city may want to contract out or pull in some additional staff from Chad's office to really complete this work. And if we need some additional funding, I want to make sure you have the funding to do that so it doesn't slow down the project. So please, if you think the city council needs to take action, let us know before we have to delay things. All right. Anything else? Councilor Sinclair.
Last thing I want to say is that President Harris, you did a good job guiding the meeting. Thank you.
Councilor Case.
I just wanted to say thank you to the staff for all the work tonight, all the work over the last many years, but many weeks and months working on all this. So thank you. This was a lot and a lot for all the staff in the back of the room and already at home in bed. So.
Yeah, I want to thank the staff and the people who have been very involved, and every city councilor we have all contributed significant, important parts to this process. And this was really necessary after this enterprise zone has been going in for 20 years. Now we have the data center thing. And I know it's been approved a couple of times, but there's been significant changes in the delivery. And I also know the data centers represent more than just energy, water, and data. I know they represent a lot of things that people are concerned about: AI, job loss, income inequality, a lot of things, affordability. And I know that that's partly what makes this not only so emotional, or it's what makes it so important, these decisions to get right. And that's, you can see people invested for very good reason, because it really represents a fundamental change, and data centers represent that fundamental change that we're going through. So thank you all very much. We're adjourned.